freezes for the winter. When he returns in the spring, no one is harmed, and everyone's goiters are gone. He quickly expands this experiment to over 1,000 people for 6 months, all with the same results. In 1922, our humble family doctors Hunziker and Bayard, as well as 14 Swiss health leaders, form a commission to implement iodized salt nationally. They taught locals in every region of the country about iodine, and within a year, their new salt was being sold in over half the country. The iodization of Switzerland was underway. Meanwhile, the state of Michigan had a separate issue. The men they wanted to draft for World War I couldn't button up their uniforms. In 1917, more than 20,000 men in northern Michigan were ineligible for military service because of goiters. It was the biggest reason for medical disqualification in the area. Things were even worse for children. School surveys revealed goiter rates of 70 to 100%. For decades, this entire northern band across the U.S. was nicknamed the Goiter Belt. But after the war, reports of a new iodized salt reached the chair of the Michigan Medical Society, Dr. David Cowie. And the moment he heard it could fully eliminate goiter, he got to work. For 2 years, he organized almost 200 statewide lectures to 26,000 people. He convinced Michigan's local salt producers they could transform the state's health without changing costs or taste. In May 1924, all 5 rolled out iodized salt on the shelves. The only holdout was Morton Salt. As the biggest brand in the U.S., they just couldn't separate out iodized salt destined for Michigan from all their other salt. But after May, everyone watched as iodized salt rose to 90% of salt sales in Michigan within months. Cowie's success changed Morton's plans. They would simply offer it to every state in the U.S. That year, they proudly announced the first nationwide iodized salt. While still no one knew why these places had goiters to begin with, the results of these twin initiatives in the 1920s were immediate. In only a few years, goiters disappeared from Switzerland. The national rate of deaf-mute births fell from 1 in 600 to 1 in 3,000, matching worldwide levels for the first time. And since 1930, there have been 0 documented cases of a Swiss child born with creanism. In the U.S., without any regulation, iodized salt continued to make up 90 to 95% of salt sales in Michigan. Within 10 years, less than 2% of children in the Detroit area had goiters, down over 90% from their peak. But iodization's biggest, yet most invisible effect wasn't discovered until 2013. Thanks to a timeline quirk, researchers were able to study 2 million men born before and after salt iodization in the U.S., because exactly 18 years later were the American drafts for World War II. Now, in the draft data, they found that in the 25% most iodine-deficient areas of the country, later recruits born after iodization scored 1 standard deviation higher on military cognitive exams. That's the same as 15 IQ points. This averages out to a total of 3.5 IQ points for every American born at the time. If we take all the U.S. births from salt iodization up through World War II, we get a total of 180 million added IQ points. And that's only an estimate for those 20 years. Other studies in China, Albania, and New Zealand have found a similar correlation between even moderate iodine deficiency and that subtle symptom of weakened cognition. So today, doctors don't only crown iodine deficiency as the most preventable cause of intellectual disability, but iodine sufficiency as the best thing we can do for global general intelligence. All for 5 cents per person per year. After all, it's a tiny processing step. To make edible salt, you evaporate seawater in open-air ponds or vacuum-sealed pans until you get the salt grains. Clean minerals off those until you're left with 97% pure NaCl. Then crush it all up and send it along for packaging. Did you catch it? Those little nozzles at the end? That's the iodine. In the US, this is just water and potassium iodide, and it's added to salt at a tiny concentration of 0.01%. The process is so much simpler than I thought it'd be. And contrary to some claims, there is also no chemical reaction. It's just exactly what you expect. The spray just sits with the salt. The only regional difference in this process is while colder countries tend to use potassium iodide, or Ki, warmer countries use potassium iodate, or KiO3. That's because Ki tends to evaporate in humidity, while KiO3 is more stable. But they're essentially the same. KiO3 just becomes Ki during cooking or in your body. The US only allows Ki, but I couldn't find any rigorous reason for that. Most countries allow both. But if you have to use Ki, one way to stabilize it is with dextrose, so that's added together with it. And another ingredient is an anti-caking agent like calcium silicate to keep the salt from solidifying. Fun fact, Morton built their whole brand on this idea of keeping salt pourable even during humidity. That's why they use the Rain Girl logo and that famous slogan, when it rains, it pours. Yeah, that's them. And it's talking about pouring salt. And now you know every ingredient in your salt. The simple change of adding just a few nozzles and an iodine compound quickly spread around the world, and countries started enshrining iodized salt in law. Today, almost 90% of the world has access to iodized salt. This has prevented an estimated 720 million iodine deficiency disorders in the past 30 years. Out of 196 countries in the world, 128 legally require table salt to be iodized. And once a country enacts iodization, even war or famine won't stop it because of how available, cheap, and necessary salt is.
피부가
The US never mandated iodized salt. The
때문에
only legal sign of all of Cowie's work is this declaration on every salt can, required by the FDA. Now, I would say congrats to humanity on pulling off the most successful public health initiative ever. But I can't just yet, because 1 billion people still don't have access to iodized salt. Over 200 million people still have goiters. An estimated 5 million babies are still born with iodine deficiency disorders each year. And the scary part is, the numbers are going up. A lot of countries started to become a little bit blasé, maybe. That's Dr. Elizabeth Pierce, one of the world experts on this subject. All of the funding sometimes gets pulled away, all the attention gets pulled away, and there have been a number of places where we've seen some backsliding. The thing is, so many chefs say we don't need iodized salt anymore. These days, we can get sufficient amounts of iodine from natural sources, as long as your diet is diverse and full of iodine-rich foods such as seafood and dairy.
But a lot of people say, Bobby, where am I supposed to get my iodine from? Not from this salt. There's way better alternatives.
It has iodine in it. However, you get iodine from plenty of other natural foods.
The history of iodized salt.
Necessary.
It's necessary for 1920s Michigan.
The modern American diet no longer. Let me blow some minds. The iodine in this ham versus the salmon versus the celery versus these olives is all about the same. Almost nothing. Like 1/100th of what you need in the day. We'll survive before iodized salt. So where do we get our iodine? Back to the ocean for a second. Ideally, when this evaporates and comes down as rain, some of this iodine gets into our soil. It's an even tinier amount than before, but if all your food comes from the soil, you're getting iodine. Unfortunately, many areas don't have soil like this because they're far inland or they get flooded out. But you're truly hard hit if you used to have glaciers. During the Ice Age, glaciers tore away soil layers hundreds of meters deep, completely stripping them of nutrients. This happened most places where they were actively retreating. Places like Switzerland and the American Midwest. Glaciers. But if you have any iodine in your environment, what matters most is how different foods concentrated. Luckily, I found a national survey of iodine levels in every food in the US, and I imagine it's similar for other countries. Recommended iodine intake is at least 150 micrograms a day, and all of these following amounts are for 100 grams of food, like all of these are. Most plants, like fruits, vegetables, and grains, only have 1 to 3 micrograms. Most meat is under 5 micrograms. Fish isn't reliable. Saltwater whitefish and shellfish have a lot, but others don't even have a tenth of that. And the two class standouts are, of course, seaweed and iodized salt at 2,100 and 5,200 micrograms. You should only be getting about a teaspoon of salt per day, so the iodine's calibrated to that. No, you can eat too much iodine, but it's hard to do on a normal diet. You'd probably tap out on the salt before you did on the iodine. But the primary source of iodine in the US is none of the above. Almost half of our iodine intake is just dairy. Sure, we eat it a lot more than other high iodine foods, but why does dairy have so much iodine? Maybe unsurprisingly, some iodine is put in cow feed to prevent their own thyroid issues. That's part of it. But remember from the very beginning of the story how iodine is an antiseptic? Well, it's used to clean cows' milking equipment, so a little bit just mixes into the milk. I can't believe I'm talking about milking cows 2 videos in a row. I'm gonna say it again because it's so wild. Iodine may primarily enter our diet because of the cleaner they use to sanitize sanitize farm equipment.
Wow.
Australia historically was very iodine deficient. In the 1980s, they did some small studies that suggested that the iodine deficiency had been fixed. And then there was this big outcry about contaminants in the milk supply. And they removed all of the use of these iodine-containing cleansers from the dairy industry, and effectively overnight the whole country became iodine deficient.
Relying on this is risky for many reasons. Actually, one big factor in falling iodine levels, down 50% in the US over the last 50 years, is the rise of plant-based milks. These have no iodine. And one group this especially impacts is Asian women from 15 to 44 years
예,
old.
오늘
These
못하네.
with the lowest median
원래
iodine
잘하는데.
levels in the US.
아, 이거. 아, 나 진짜.
To be clear, all those factors are totally fine if you also eat iodized salt. But this is what's holding back iodine levels today. Pure sentiment. Iodized salt is almost never added to processed food because companies worry it'll affect taste or color, or that the name potassium iodide looks scary. And then people don't buy it at the grocery store because they don't know how important it is.
The reality is, people don't remember why we iodized salt in the first place.
아, 나
It's for really
미치겠다.
important reasons.
Look at how trusted chefs talk about iodized salt. I don't recommend using iodized salt as it makes everything taste slightly metallic. This is one of the few times I'll say this on anything in this book. If you've got table salt at home, go get yourself some kosher or sea salt right away.
This is iodized table salt. This is trash.
Table salt is going to be great for the trash. You may also sometimes notice a slight bitter aftertaste.
Table salt, honestly, it's good for nothing.
But every expert I asked said there really is not good evidence, as far as I'm aware, that you can really taste the difference.
None of our testers can tell the difference. On average, you cannot tell the difference.
Online, this is the biggest debate I see around iodized salt. Does it actually taste worse or not? So, let's just do it. While speaking to Dr. Gary Beauchamp for this video, a leading scientist of both salt and taste, I learned how to run a proper taste test. And then I called up the best food experts out there to do it with me. So I emailed America's Test Kitchen kind of on a whim. It was like, hey, I swear I've done a lot of really cool research into iodized salt, and we should do a really cool experiment. And they agreed to do it. Somehow. We'll see how it goes. It is such a cool setup you guys have here.
It feels cool, isn't it?
So you guys have this whole spirit of rigor. I mean, that's why I reached out. You guys are famous for this.
Right.
How do you guys make sure that all your tests are rigorous? What's the process?
We really want to question the things that I think most people hold as axiomatic. Things that you just believe are true because they're true. You know, things like searing a steak seals in the juices, or, you know, you
Is that not true?
That's definitely not true.
What?
Sometimes we've got a pressing question, and the only way to really know the answer to it is to test it with actual testers.
So we're doing this double-blinded.
Yes, and mostly it's single-blinded, so the tasters don't know which sample is which, they don't know which one's different, but the double-blind test means that we don't even know who's getting which sample.
We've got about how many people?
We've got 10 people.
10 people? I spoke to an expert about this, and he told me the triangle test was the way to go.
Yes.
And even more than that, he told me to do a double triangle test. So
Right.
one where the odd one out is iodized and the other two are non-iodized, and then one where the odd one out is the non-iodized and the other two are iodized.
This feels like we're getting extra rigorous today.
Yeah. This is very challenging. I think it's B, but I'm not confident whatsoever.
I feel like the third one was a different one.
I think A stands out to me. I think C is the one that tasted the most different.
Those all taste exactly the same to me.
So A. That is really pleasantly salty. This one tastes different. Like, I don't know if these are the right words, but to me, A tastes lighter and B and C taste heavier. Okay, so I'm gonna say the one that's different here is A. Also, you guys have good water. Can I understand that?
Tastes mildly salty. I'm not super confident in this, but my sense is that these two were the most intense, and this one I just perceived as being slightly milder.
You know what's weird? This doesn't taste like anything I drank last time. Oh no.
What's the point of this?
Last time I was so confident. Oh no. Oh no. But okay. salt just shouldn't be, oh, this optional thing tastes bad if it doesn't taste bad and isn't optional. Iodine deficiency can appear anywhere. 23 countries are still deficient today, from Finland to Nicaragua to Vietnam to Germany. And several more, including the US, are trending down. And the hidden story through all of this is iodine deficiency's impact on women. In pre-iodized Michigan, women had twice as many goiters as men the whole time. In Switzerland, they had triple. Today we know pregnant and breastfeeding women need iodine more than any other group, and they're also the most likely to not get enough. My graph from the intro is of iodine levels in pregnant women in the US, which have fallen from a median of 327 milligrams per liter in 1971 to just 144 in 2014. That's officially iodine deficient. Now, not to fearmonger, to be clear, mild deficiency is far from guaranteeing cretinism or goiter. And while many people are still iodine deficient today, a famous statistic of 2 billion people is out of date. I know because I asked the study's lead author, Dr. Maria Anderson. In fact, both her and Dr. Pierce told me that you can't estimate the prevalence of iodine deficiency anymore. This is an important point. Iodine levels fluctuate so much in a person that you can't measure it at a checkup. You can only do it across a large group and take the median, like we did for pregnant women, which levels out those fluctuations. That's helpful to tell if the group is deficient or not, but we have no details on their actual distribution. That's why all of my stats in the video have been either for medians or for deficiency symptoms, but never for just iodine deficiency itself.
I was getting concerned I need to get my iodine tested.
So you can't actually test it.
You can't test it.
It's not like cholesterol. You can't walk into the doctor's office. There's no test you can do it for it reliably. So as a consumer, I shouldn't really be worrying about what numbers my iodine levels are at. I should just be worrying about.
You shouldn't be measuring.
I shouldn't even be measuring. I shouldn't even know
That should not be measured.
I should have no idea what it is, but I should just be making sure I'm eating enough iodine. Correct. We've come so far since the 1900s. The vast majority of people today are sufficient. Cretinism is considered almost eradicated. Humanity has pulled off a public health miracle for 100 years, from the 1920s to the 2020s. We just need to keep it. So some last tips to make the most of your own iodized salt.
When you season, you should season high and you should season dry. Putting my fingers right over the surface of the meat, and I'm trying to sort of get it even. It's kind of hard to get it even, right? Because I'm getting these
right, you have
different
these
areas.
Pockets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas, if I take my salt and I hold it up here and I do it like this, you just get a much more even coating. And then the other thing is that you want to season dry. So you wash your hands, you come in here, you grab your salt, you start seasoning, and then all the salt just ends up on your fingers. We've got kosher salt here, which does never contain iodine. The one use for kosher salt that's so useful is for seasoning meat evenly. You want to disperse as much of the salt as evenly as possible, and it's harder to do it with table salt. You can actually use any of these salts almost interchangeably. The biggest issue is the density of the crystals. So this is kosher salt, but kosher salt from diamond crystal is much heavier and less dense than kosher salt from Morton's, whereas table salt tends to be very generic, very tiny little crystals. So a teaspoon of table salt is equivalent to 2 teaspoons of diamond crystal kosher salt, which is equivalent to 1.5 teaspoons of Morton's kosher salt.
Right. This one for your health, and also because it's a good basic salt.
Yep.
And then this one for all the other purposes, it's nice to grab, especially for seasoning meat.
I really feel like the biggest determinant of salt isn't so much its flavor, but actually its shape, its texture.
It's the same chemical structure, it's just the texture that I'm perceiving as good.
Exactly.
Perfect. Well, that was awesome. Big thanks to my friends at America's Test Kitchen for taking the time to do this taste test with me. That was incredible. So you should definitely check out their YouTube channel below. If you're like me, at some point in this video you started thinking, gosh, I really need more dairy. I gotta cut processed food. I should do that. I'm craving seaweed. Should I get an iodine supplement? If you're pregnant, you really should do that.
Women who are planning pregnancy, pregnant, or breastfeeding should take a daily supplement containing 150 micrograms of iodine.
But for everyone else, the message is simple.
If they are adding salt to food at the table or in the kitchen, should make sure it's iodized salt.
Don't forget, the beauty of this whole public health measure is you don't have to pay for it. You don't even have to think about it. By using your brilliant, genius, boring, regular, old iodized salt, you can get all the iodine you need in what you already eat every day.
Amazing. Great channel. Rabbit Hole. What a clever name. 3 videos? Damn.
There are at least 4 mineral deficiencies that can significantly affect your IQ. That's the topic for today. Generally speaking, it's your intelligence, it's your ability to solve problems, it's your ability to learn and understand certain things. There's a memory or a recall component to it. And some people say, well, you know what, your intelligence is really finite and either you're born with it or you're not. That's absolutely not true, okay? You can have training, you can do self-improvement, you can do a lot of things. And even what your mother ate while she was pregnant has a factor on your intelligence and your future ability to solve problems, as you're going to find out. But there are other factors too, like with learning. It could be that you were in school and no one ever taught you how to study or learn. And I'm being very sarcastic because they don't teach kids how to study or learn. You're just expected to know that. So you go in there and you sort of memorize, you reread, you rewrite things over and over, and hopefully somehow you pass the test and you get through it. But today I want to really focus in on the nutrient part of your intelligence. So probably one of the most influential trace minerals, which you don't need a lot of it, but you need a little bit of it. And if you don't have that little bit, you're going to be in big trouble, because if you're deficient in iodine as a child, your IQ can go down significantly, like 13 points, okay? Now, even if you're deficient in iodine as an adult, there are certain studies that show that it can decrease by 15 points, and that's pretty significant. But the crucial time to get iodine is when the woman is pregnant with that baby, as well as when they're breastfeeding. Vitally important. And so iodine is involved in the creation of your brain and of certain parts of the brain, like the hippocampus, which is involved with learning, memory, being able to navigate yourself through different things.
What?
So primarily we have the frontal lobe involved in problem solving. But of course, how much of these parts of the brain are involved with problem solving in IQ? I mean, it's pretty remarkable. Some people have had huge amounts of trauma and damage to their brains. I mean, destruction of a good portion of the brain. And they still seem to maintain their cognitive function and their IQ. So, I just wanted to point that out, because we really don't know how much brain we really need. Apparently we have a lot of extra. Now, the second mineral that is the most important is zinc. Zinc is involved in hundreds of different enzyme reactions. Okay, it's definitely involved with the hippocampus. It's involved with making neurotransmitters, and if you're low on zinc, your IQ is going down. But this zinc correlates with copper. They both work together, so you need this zinc to copper ratio. And when you have children that have autism, for example, there's nearly always extremely low zinc and copper levels. But there's a huge correlation between high IQ and good zinc to copper ratios. Copper is also very low in Alzheimer's patients. Also, it's super concentrated in a structure in your brainstem called the locus coeruleus, which has everything to do with your sleeping. And then we have magnesium. Magnesium is needed for making ATP. It's needed for energy in the brain. And if you...
How to nose breathe.
How to nose breathe.
You ever see someone who mouth breathes? Here's why. Mouth breathing is done to help you get more oxygen when there is an upper airway restriction, whether it's structural, functional, or from some type of allergen. When you can't nasal breathe, the head juts forward to make the airway bigger. This pulls your jaw back, which opens your mouth. by practicing nasal breathing using these 3 steps. Place your tongue on the roof of your mouth and in between your teeth. Make sure the tip of the tongue rests on the rough patch behind the teeth. Swallow with the tongue in this position, creating a suction. Gently close your lips together and breathe in and out quietly through the nose as often as you can throughout the day. You ever see someone who mouth breathes? Here's why. Mouth breathing is done to help you get more oxygen when there is an upper airway restriction, whether it's structural, functional, or from some type of allergen. When you can't nasal breathe, the head juts forward to make the airway bigger. This pulls your jaw back, which opens your mouth. You can start fixing this by practicing nasal breathing using these 3 steps. Place your tongue on the roof of your mouth and in between your teeth. Make sure the tip of the tongue rests on the rough patch behind the teeth. Swallow with the tongue in this position, creating a suction. Gently close your lips together and breathe in and out quietly through the nose as often as you can throughout the day. You ever see someone who mouth breathes? Here's why. Mouth breathing is done to help you get more oxygen when there is an upper airway restriction, whether it's structural, functional, or from some type of allergen. When you can't nasal breathe, the head juts forward to make the airway bigger. This pulls your jaw back, which opens your mouth. You can start fixing this by practicing nasal breathing using these 3 steps. Place your tongue on the roof of your mouth and in between your teeth. Make sure the tip of the tongue rests on the rough patch behind the teeth. Swallow with the tongue in this position, creating a suction. Gently close your lips together and breathe in and out quietly through the nose as often as you can throughout the day. You ever see someone who mouth breathes? Here's why. Mouth breathing is done to help you get more oxygen when there is an upper airway restriction, whether it's structural, functional, or from some type of allergen. You can't nasal breathe, the head juts forward to make the airway bigger. This pulls your jaw back, which opens your mouth. You can start fixing this by practicing nasal breathing using these 3 steps. Place your tongue on the roof of your mouth and in between your teeth. Make sure the tip of the tongue rests on the rough patch behind the teeth. Swallow with the tongue in this position, creating a suction. Gently close your lips together and breathe in and out quietly through the nose as often as you can throughout the day. You ever see someone who mouth breathes? Here's why. Mouth breathing is done to help you get more oxygen when there is an upper airway restriction, whether it's structural, functional, or from some type of allergen. You can't nasal breathe, the head juts forward to make the airway bigger. This pulls your jaw back, which opens your mouth. You can start fixing this by practicing nasal breathing using these 3 steps. Place your tongue on the roof of your mouth and in between your teeth. Make sure the tip of the tongue rests on the rough patch behind the teeth. Swallow with the tongue in this position, creating a suction. Gently close your lips together and breathe in and out quietly through the nose as often as you can throughout the day. You ever see someone who mouth breathes? Here's why. Mouth breathing is done to help you get more oxygen when there is an upper airway restriction, whether it's structural, functional, or from some type of allergen. You can't nasal breathe, the head juts forward to make the airway bigger. This pulls your jaw back, which opens your mouth. You can start fixing this by practicing nasal breathing using these 3 steps. Place your tongue on the roof of your mouth and in between your teeth. Make sure the tip of the tongue rests.
Don't underestimate how unattractive it is to be a dirty mouth breather. So, correcting mouth breathing, okay, and becoming a nose breather is critical not just for health, but it's also critical for aesthetics. And that's why improving facial structure through something like MSE is going to improve not only your health directly through the ability to breathe better, but it will improve your aesthetics indirectly, not just in terms of giving you a bigger, more Hollywood smile, not just in terms of maybe expanding your mid-face, your cheekbones, but it's going to help you become a nose breather, which is inherently more attractive. Don't underestimate how unattractive it is to be a dirty mouth breather. So, correcting mouth...
Can I do the Kachari Mudra as a substitute for mewing?
Get ready for the next battle. 7. 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. 一体何者だ。
Round
3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight.
Nice. Restroom.
next battle.
Daddy, I love you. This flower's for you.
Thank you, baby. Why don't you go tell Mommy the same thing?
I just want to let you know that I love Daddy so much. And I got him this flower.
Where's my flower?
They're growing outside. Go get one. Daddy, I love you. This flower's for you.
Thank you, baby. Why don't you go tell Mommy the same thing?
I just want to let you know that I love Daddy so much. And I got him this flower.
Where's my flower?
They're growing outside. Go get one. Dad-
I went to Rolling Loud. I didn't know what Rolling Loud was. So we had just done it. We had just done our first interview. That was our second interview. Our last interview. We had just done our last interview. So I went to Rolling Loud. I didn't know that after Boosie, you could have made me believe that Boosie and T.I. was paying me some attention. That shocked the shit out of me when T.I. responded. Boosie ignored him. He mentioned me one time on Breakfast Club, but he ignored me. When T.I. directly responded to me,
What was that over?
that's when Tootie and King went to jail for the first time together. And then I think it was King or Tootie. One of them said, if I come to Atlanta, they'll slap me or whoop me or something. And that's what made me say something.
Okay.
Their threats against me.
Got it.
I said something to the dads, but I included the sons. But I was actually talking to the fathers, making jokes of the sons. The sons came back and responded. I responded to the sons saying when they catch me in Atlanta, what they'll do to me. Of course, I talk to self-defense talk. I pack Atlanta's a state, and I'll put you in jail. T.I. erased everything I had done digitally online in the hip-hop community. Can't find none of them anymore. Funny Marco took down one of the best videos. You cannot find it nowhere.
Not my interviews.
No, not yours.
Yeah.
But he made the calls.
Yeah, T.I. can't make that call with me.
But I know.
I would hang up.
He did. But some people did. And even to this day in Atlanta, I'm still somewhat blackballed because of those calls. And then Thug made some calls. Only people who had blackballed me in Atlanta is Fulton County prosecutors and the Atlanta Police Department getting unit sheriffs and the jailers. Yeah.
Okay, but the pepper spraying of Soulja Boy.
He approached me with like at least 10 guys. They stopped their Sprinter van in the middle of the street. I can't visually see the faces, and I had never seen him in person, so I thought he would be taller, but he was shorter. Everybody got out the car, tied their shoes up. I'm sitting in the corner smoking. He walk up. I got my little lady in front of me. He walk up and arm reach of her and said, we need to talk, but you got these other guys coming. To this day, he said I overreacted. I just started making
How many did you spray?
At least 5 to 6.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to come out the corner. He got the bulk of it. Because they're starting to come so I get them out the way and he's almost froze shut and I get him some more. I went to Rolling Loud. I didn't know what Rolling Loud was.
ready for the next battle.
Mishima, I'll nip this evil in the bud.
Round one. Fight.
Okay, let's play.
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. You lose.
You're going out with nothing to show for it. Mishima, I'll nip this evil in the bud.
Round one. Fight.
You fool!
Ah, shit.
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
Shiva.
Round 4. Fight. And no choice. Come on, sugar. Get ready for the next battle.
Miso Shuru. Miso X Shuru.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the Path to Exile podcast, episode 43, partner with Mobile Linux. I am Cal Torak, and joining me per usual is Miso, Shiro, and Dead Rabbit. And if you're new here, we have our audio-only format on Apple Music and Spotify, so if you prefer to listen instead of watch, check us out over there. And please, if you do, give us a rating over there. It'll help us out a lot. This week's we have Rax back. It is the second time you've been on our show, Rax, and I actually went and looked back at the episode you were on last. I wanted to get an idea of what we talked about. I wanted to make sure I didn't ask the same things, and I had forgotten that the last time you were on was actually during Fate of the Val League. It was actually right next to the Second Wind Private League. That's just how long this league has been. It feels like it's been forever since you were on, but it was actually during the same league. Funny enough. But thanks for coming back, man. How you been?
Oh yeah, man. I'm glad you remember what we talked about last time, because I can't even remember what happened yesterday. But yeah, it was a good time, and yeah, a lot going on in the last league. I've been good, man. How are you? Just blasting.
Yeah, it's been good. I'm super excited for the patch notes. How you been enjoying the
well, I mean, just to speak honestly, right? I was very outspoken about how I thought the direction of Diablo 4 was just really, really bad. Just to put it in plain English, I was not happy with the game for a long time. I sent so much feedback, and it's not like none of it was implemented or anything like that. It's just, Blizzard has their own agenda, and why would you listen to a random guy guy on the internet anyway, but I know I wasn't the only one feeling that way. I think the expansion has certainly made it better. Like I'm tentatively willing to say like Diablo 4 did, like can at least progress a character and feel like I'm chewing through something in the end game. There actually is some sense of crafting there. There are some decisions to make. I think this is definitely the biggest step forward for Diablo 4. I wish that this expansion was how the game would have launched. I think if the game launched like this, with some decent systems underneath, I think the narrative would have been a lot different for the game. Did you guys play it at all? Did you dabble or nah?
Yep, yeah, we got it. Yep, yeah.
I still don't know.
Refuses to pay the box price. I think it's like what, $70, $80, something like that. He's like, no, I refuse. But I mean, I get it.
Times of tough.
I get it.
League. I've been making minimum wage for the last 1 month, so I need to think about how I spent my $70 to $90 for Diablo 4. Or just
tell chat, get chat to give it you. Get chat to pay for you.
Yeah, but yeah, another kind of trap with Diablo 4, and I can't speak to this, only other people can, is people say that if you don't buy the other expansions,
That really
the quality of the
rough.
game is actually just not up to par. Like, they even have some of the things for the OG classes on this, just the skill tree locked behind buying stuff in the
Oh, my
expansion,
neck,
so
nice.
you have to buy everything.
That was for me terrible. Yeah, for me, like, I
최강사님이요.
ultimately decided, like, from gameplay perspective, I'm not going to shit on the game. It is ultimately, like, it is not for me. The game is not designed for me and what I'm looking for in an ARPG. But for me, I work in game development, and I cannot think of, like, all of the game developer friends I know of any game company I've, like, talked to. There is not a single designer, producer, developer, anyone in the world that would paywall a base skill tree. This was a decision made by a non-developer. And whatever you want to say about the game, good or bad, fine, but for me, as someone that works in the industry, stuff like that, like, actually just upsets me. And, like, for that, like that decision made me never want to play a Diablo game again. As silly as that might sound to some people, that is absurd to me. That, like, your base class that the original game is no longer, like, you don't have access to the full skill tree. That is someone at, like, marketing made that decision for the game, and that's, like,
아이고야.
Blizzard's design philosophies at times. And I know it's not anyone that decided that. It's, like, purely someone, like, from a producer standpoint or something, right? Like, somebody who makes the money. Somebody who's trying to make money. Yeah.
It's interesting because over the years I've, become friends with a lot of people, almost always the developers at Blizzard, and speaking in very broad terms on purpose here, but a lot of them that I've talked to, when I ask them, like, what's the biggest pain point of working at Blizzard, I've had to see several of them directly tell me working with marketing. And so I think it's exactly the way that you have described it. A lot of the things that I think the developers would like to do with the game is always like funneled through or filtered through a marketing layer or lens, and then that almost always seems to make it worse for us.
다음에 하지 말자.
I had this conversation on stream the other day when we were watching, I think we were rewatching the Q&A or something, and someone in my chat said that they worry about GGG becoming more corporate over time, and like a bunch of people in my chat and me were pointing out that if you do the comparison to other game studios, and especially like the obvious
내가
example,
원래 목이 이렇게 기나?
the amount of corporatization, is that the word? Yes.
이식되게 만든다.
Hasn't flown into GGG is actually insane if you compare it to other people, because like Blizzard is a very, very good example where you could just feel it. Like you can just feel the need to satisfy the shareholders in every quarter and everything. So yeah, I think it's kind of crazy how the standard we hold Diablo 4 to, like Rax also said, like the expectation now, or what people said now is it's not Diablo 4 bad anymore. At least it's Diablo 4 kind of mid now, or okay. That's definitely not the standard we hold GGG
do most of the time, like the expectations when they do a reveal stream, the expectations when these updates come, and the comments on the reveal and everything, they reflect that. Like everyone's just like, oh god, this is just like. So I think it's kind of crazy to see it. I think GGG is actually kind of a little bit alone in that, because I can't think of too many other game studios or developers that are being like this high up on the pedestal for a lot of people. So I think that's a very good thing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's kind of the reason why, like, I hold GG to such a high standard. Like, people, a lot of times I'll, like, say something about the game or whatever and be like, yeah, this, I'm not really sure I like this or like that. And then people are like, yo, I mean, just stop complaining. It's, you know, we already have it really good. And I'm just like, look, the reason why I hold them to high standards is because they are GGG. If it was Blizzard and they did this, I'd be like, yeah, that's par for the course. Like, why would I be complaining? If I'm playing a Blizzard game, I'm expecting this level of quality or this level of, like, commitment to the player. But if I'm playing a GGG game, I'm expecting that they're going to be doing something good. I'm expecting that the things that they're going to be doing are, like, you know, what they say they're going to do. And then when it doesn't happen, then I get a little, like, what's going on there, right? So,
PP?
And it's kind of sad, because I do firmly believe that Blizzard would be able to do...
PP?
Like, it would be able to churn out this type of quality as well. Like, we can, like, a good example for Blizzard in the past couple of years, cinematics, I would argue, like, design, or also probably, like, lore elements or what they do in general from a design perspective can be as high level as, like, any of other stuff. It just doesn't happen for some reason. I don't.
Yeah, and I'd say, like, their games all feel good to play. That's the other thing. Like, Overwatch feels... I personally think, like, Overwatch still feels better than, like, Marvel Rivals. Yeah, sort of. I think they're usually a lot more polished. It's more about, like, game feeling, moment to moment. I think it's more right.
I've said for the longest time that Blizzard is carried by their engines. Like, they've had fantastic engines from day one. Like, the fact that World of Warcraft and Warcraft 3 remain on the same engine is, like, crazy. So, yeah, like, they always have great build games.
So, yeah, on this, one thing that I think helps grinding gear games the most, which I think Blizzard has had very little of, is all the years of development has been Jonathan, Chris moved on, but we always see them, and they're not just randomly guessing, they're on the couch beating a lion for hours, and sometimes we don't expect them to know everything, but it's that clear vision with their team that even if they don't have the greatest ideas, at least whatever they're doing is as one unit moving forward, right? But we know, like, honestly, ever since, like, the stuff with Blizzard Born, you can trace this back very far. Like, even with the direction of Diablo 3, that was kind of a disaster, and then Reaper of Souls made it a lot better. It was too late, and then they were going to sunset it, but then they gave it to a small team of Blizzard developers who cared, and then it got way better at the end, but again, nobody cared because it was too late. And then the Diablo team had so much turnover all the time, but now, in the last year or so, it's been, you know, Colin, it's been Brent, it's been Sabin, it's been Aislinn, it's been the same people. So this is like maybe like the first expansion where like Diablo 4 has been worked on by the same team for a period of time, and I think that's one of the big factors on both why Path of Exile or Grinding Gear games just delivers quality content, and why Diablo 4 has gotten better with this expansion versus what we've seen before.
Yeah, the developer-led side of things, I think, for Grinding Gear games really helps a lot from this perspective of, like, understanding what players want and, like, actually caring about the product, because they are the ones who are fostering that product, right? They're the ones who are building it. Like, again, with Temple, Jonathan put a lot of work into that, right? So I think having that lens and having that perspective from the leaders of the team really does help a lot with direction and how ultimately what product gets put out. And I also really like, you know, as I've been listening to all these interviews, like with Chris and Jonathan, he's always saying, like, you know, Chris was always a little bit more of that, like, guy who's going to be holding things back, not, like, shipping as much, like, being more conservative, right? And Jonathan and Mark are always those guys, like, we'll add this thing, you know, oh, let's go get this thing in there, too. And that's kind of,
having a vision, it matters. And like two people, no matter like it doesn't matter who it is.
한국은 여자들이 다 처녀야 거의. 동양 문화 때문에 그런가?
Like they're gonna have different visions. They're all gonna see things from a slightly different perspective. And like yeah, you can't have someone at your helm that's like and that changing because that's fundamentally gonna change. Like big system changes, gameplay feels like they're gonna have different thoughts. So yeah, it helps having these two goats in charge of our game right now. It helps a lot.
And it also was pretty apparent. I don't know which interview it was because Jonathan once again did like
근데 그게 좋지. 아 죽었어. 샹. 아 나 진짜. 그게 좋은 거야. 수치스러워하지 말아요. 그래서. 그게 얼마나 중요한 건데. 그게 최강산의 인격을 만들어낸 거야. 그걸 낭비 안 한 거야. 안 한 게. 그걸 알기나 해요. 아 뭐야.
Or like talking to shareholder overlords or whatever. So I think that's a big reason why,
아 바보.
it's working so well and why they
자살한 거야. 자살.
developing this stuff and then being reflective about it in the interviews as well. You mentioned Mark as well, like always in the DKT interviews, he's always like pointing out, yeah, we don't like this system or we still think this is shit. He even said like the Atlas tree in the 0.4, like who says that? He just sits there and says like, yeah, it sucks. And then, so I just think that's just amazing to see, and that's probably a big differentiating factor between why the product is so different when it comes to the end consumer product as opposed to some other stuff. Maybe Blizzard here using that as an example again.
There was a funny quote that Jonathan said, something about like how with like the business aspect of things, he's like I try to as much as I can not have to deal with that, and a lot of times when you just ignore things, they kind of go away. It's like no.
Yeah, no, that's the dream though for like anyone that's in a game manager position. Like at my job, like half of my job is at my job, half of it's like running the company, doing business emails and stuff. But if like we had a big enough budget, like I would hire people to do all the business stuff and just focus on making the games, which is what you want him doing, right? You don't want him like talking to like the sponsors. Like if Jonathan had to be the one like setting up ExileCon, right? That would take the rest of the year for him. It would be the full-time job. Like it's important having that stuff.
스스로 안 했다고
Just a
했지?
great tip for anyone else that is married. That strategy does not work in your home life. Just letting you know. So, you have to. Some things you do have to
입
address.
축소 수술,
Putting that out there, write that one down.
턱 수술. 계속 이식을 해 여기를, 이 부위를 이상하게. 조사해볼 거야. 맞아. 의심스러워. 걸리기만 해봐.
I did think that this expansion was fun, and I think my favorite part was like a lot of the change with the crafting and progression. So hopefully it'll get better, even better.
We'll know on the first season if the first season after the expansion is powers again. That'll tell us a lot.
Fingers crossed. Continuing on with more GGG glazing, Rex, what is your overall vibes on this announcement? Were you expecting it to be this dense?
So my vibes were very positive toward the announcement, but I do have to say, when I was watching it, so my style of watching these announcements is just to watch. Like, I'm streaming, but I just don't really say anything. I'm paying attention. And I actually saw in my chat, there was actually a bunch of fighting, because people were so mad that we didn't get swords or something. They're like, no swords, this patch is trash. And I'm just like, man, you guys are actually crazy. Like, is that enough for you to just undermine everything that's going on? But I was very positive toward it, and once the presentation ended, I was going to play firefighter there and put out some fires, because people were so mad. They're like, I watched this trailer, and this trailer in the top right corner had a sword, so I thought that meant swords were coming. And then I think Jonathan mentioned in the Q&A or something, he's like, yeah, there was a sword there, we probably shouldn't have done that, or who knows, maybe like a week before they'll surprise us and throw in the new class. But I was feeling good about it. But yeah, there were definitely some mixed emotions. It wasn't 100% positive, at least from my community. Did you guys experience any of that, or was it just all positive for you guys?
It was the same. It was the same, especially just specifically around the sword stuff. I feel like there are plenty of reasonable takes around the swords. Like I think
목이
like,
빨개.
the reasonable take is to take Miso,
가슴
and I
아파.
have like
때밀어서.
like for me, I'm a melee main, and every patch that doesn't add melee weapons, I'm a little bit like, oh shucks. But just because I'm like all shucks doesn't mean I'm upset at the state of the patch. This patch is a fucking insane patch, but no matter what, because I'm a melee main, until we have more melee weapons to choose from, there's always gonna be a little bit like darn. But like, if you take that and like you take that as anger or upset at the patch, that's crazy. Like, I'm not upset at all. This patch is fucking silver. There are people out there who are actually losing their minds over no swords, which that's crazy too. But I understand the people that are like that say that melee weapons or swords matters to them. I understand that, but to be like violently upset like some people are, that's ridiculous.
I even almost got sucked into the whole swords conversation right before, because like 30 minutes before the stream I was in a call with Ikazi, Doyle, and Karn mainly, and I was tuning into Karn's stream, and he was sitting there in a red shirt. He had like the duelist on both sides of the screen. He was just like, and I said like, I didn't say it specifically to him, because I already felt like this is about to blow up here. This whole situation is gonna. This is very dangerous. So I didn't say it then, but I kind of said in the last podcast and in the podcast before the reveal, I feel like people are setting themselves up a little bit for disappointment here because of these specific expectations. I will say though, the whole thing of doing anything that even closely resembles a sword, and one of the 3 teasers that we got, that is definitely a little bit of a bait. So I can understand that people.
Dude, there was a string of baits. Like there was a string of mistakes that GGG made that led us to thinking swords. I want to say it's mostly on the community, but the GGG did bait us a bit.
Well, Jonathan, one of his interviews did say, it was our fault that we put the sword in there, not knowing that the community wanted swords that bad.
Well, in retrospect, like some of the Kelly tweets were bait too.
Oh
like,
yeah.
I mean, no shade. It was funny, but
I didn't even see one of those tweets. People always talked about the tweets in my chat, but since I don't like, I've never even used Twitter or looked at it or whatever. Isn't Twitter just like you post like stuff? I never understood the concept.
Let's not turn like this podcast into explaining you how Twitter works. Okay. But yes, pretty much.
Thought it's like,
you just post your
like Instagram or okay.
Instagram, yeah.
I think
the same shit.
That's why I don't have it. No one wants to hear about those.
I think when it comes to the swords conversation, like it makes a lot of sense why a lot of people were disappointed and sad. Like with anything, they don't even have to put up expectations.
요드가 IQ 올린대요. 여기다 담을지로.
You can still be disappointed, right? But I think like when it like for me, it's like what Cal said, right?
요드가 다시마 안에 있는 요드가 그렇게 좋대요. 여자들이 특히 요드가 필요해요.
Do a big rage thread and make a video about it or whatever. Especially because they had so much stuff that was so good.
왜 그런지는 초아쌤이 조사하길 바라요. 모른다면.
I do understand some people's perspective of like there are a lot of people who don't don't really care that much about endgame. And for those people, not getting swords, that's a real bummer. Because, like, the league mechanic is a thing, but I think for those people, they probably would have appreciated a class as opposed to just, like, a league mechanic. And, yeah, and there's, like, a lot of people that are, like, trying to compare some, like, oh, you know, swords or endgame. And I'm like, well, I mean, I don't think, at least, because they were talking about it on our podcast, right? So I don't know about outside. We were making the argument. Some of us, like, I think, at least for me, I was like, well, I would prefer the swords over league mechanic. And some people were like, no, you're saying swords versus endgame. You're like, no, that's not what you're saying. But either way, I think there's just, there are people out there who do, just, they don't interact with endgame. And this patch doesn't really do much for them. And I understand why those people would have been like, oh, swords would be great.
It would have been a little bit dangerous for grinding gear games to take that path. Because if they would have sat there and said, well, we can either get the end game ready for, or we can either get the league mechanic ready for this upcoming patch, or we can do swords. They have said multiple times before that every single one of these patches, and of course after launch, but also leading up to the launch, will have a league mechanic. So if they would have done swords, then they would have broken that promise, and then people would have been mad about that, right? So what I've learned is the internet's gonna find a way to be mad about something. I mean, I'm not. If swords come out, I'm happy to play them, but I'm not dying for them. But like a lot of you also alluded to, I'm not gonna let that rain on my parade for all of the other things that come in the patch. And when I think about myself personally in the past, with literally every single ARPG update that has ever existed, the thing that I'm personally always asking for is something in the end game. Because there are some people that just like doing the campaign, but you know, in general, ARPGs are cyclical. So what's the new exciting things we're going to get in the end game? I mean, a patch this big about end game, I'm very confused why people are upset about it, really, at all.
Agreed.
Some people just like to complain, too. There are those people. What? No way.
I mean, there's just so much to do in this patch that, like, yeah, it doesn't matter, like, how badly I want more melee weapons. Like, there's no way that, like, I'm even, like, 1% angry, you know? It's just always that expectation of wanting, like, it doesn't matter, like, every patch going forward, whether there's GGG says anything about a weapon coming or not, I'm going to be, like, you know, a little bit excited for a weapon. But what I thought was interesting, I don't remember which one of the interviews it was in, but Jonathan was talking about what it takes to make a class, and I think that was in the Q&A. Was in the Q&A. For a while, I thought that like most of the classes were like already 80% done, kind of almost ready to ship. They just needed to be finished. But the way he made it sound like is like when you want to finish a class, it like takes all hands on deck. The balance team, the designers, the art team, the sound, like everyone on the team has to be involved on the classes. For a while, I was like, oh, like maybe we're going to get two weapons dropped at once. But it sounds like none of the classes are ready until they are ready to go in and work on it and finish it. So, like, yeah, I don't think, like, unless GGG is, like, I don't think we'll ever see a full class, like, slipped in and snuck in on us. Like, GGG is, like, when a new class is coming, it's because GGG's been working hard on it, like they were working on this endgame. So, I used to think that it was literally, like every class was, like, almost done, but I don't think that's the case anymore after that interview.
Wait, so we can note down Cal is not with a group of people that still think Swords is coming, by the way.
It's crazy that some people still think Swords is coming, too. That is hilarious. Some people were like, mid-season, mid-league sword reveal. I'm like, that's not Some people think they're announcing it like Disciple. They're going to sneak it in 2 days before launch. Like, it's like some gigacode.
They're like, they're about to declassify. I'm telling you guys, they're about to declassify all the documents.
They pretty clearly said that at least 2 leagues. Every 2 leagues, at least.
Yeah.
And I think if I remember correctly, again from the Q&A, that Jonathan mentioned that he doesn't feel like in order for Path of Exile to have a successful launch at the end of this year, that they need all the classes or they need all the weapon types. And I've actually heard similar things from Blizzard. I had a chance to talk to the guy who, Bjorn, designed the Spiritborn, and he said the same thing, like the amount of effort and resources that it takes to make a completely new class, and the tree, and the Paragon board, and all the animations, and da-da-da-da-da is way more than people might think. So Yeah, it's probably something Grinding Your Games is still working on, and like you said, I don't think they're as far as people think that they are on it.
Any thoughts, Robin?
Like I've been saying this with like Rax just said this thing that was very closely resembling to a rant I had during like after the reveal stream and got clipped and everything. I just think I do fully understand, especially from the perspective of someone who wants to play a specific archetype, which is
최하상 오늘 일 안 했어요? 왜 이렇게 일찍 들어와 있어요?
playing that archetype, I would think it's kind of crazy that many classes are more the melee type.
하단을
Is there a reason
계속
behind
하네.
that? Maybe, but I do understand. But for me, just personally, it was always about the end game. And I'm kind of excited now that we still have so much to look out for in the future because this update that we get right now, that was the main point that I was really looking for. Because like Rex said as well, and I don't think this just goes for the streamer type or the 12 hours a day blaster or whatever, but especially for me, I was just looking for more stuff to do. I want to play the game more. I don't want to be bored after like even 2 months. I want to play the game for like 3 months every day and not be bored. And a class wouldn't have done the same as the update we've just gotten with all the endgame stuff. At least how it looks. It kind of looks like right now that maybe there's even too much to do.
It's gonna be great too. Like, you know how we were talking about how our leagues were looking like we're gonna play the first half in trade league and the second half like solo self-bound hardcore. It might be possible to actually do that for a full league and like not be able to full play because there's a lot of end game. But Rex, what is your biggest win from this announcement so far?
Biggest win, probably just the structure of the end game now. Like all of us here and all of the veterans of Path of Exile 2 or probably even PoE 1, you can figure it out, right? You can figure out how to get, even though you have no direction and you're wandering around aimlessly and, you know, the first state of the towers that were released, you can figure out how to get to the citadels and do all of the end-game content. But the underlying structure of it was bad, right? This is the same problem that Diablo 4 has had with all of the systems, right? The armor, the resistances don't work, the progression, there's the endgame systems, the crafting. When the underlying system is not good for everybody, then you have major problems down the road. You can't really build upon it when you have a bad foundation. So even though, like, putting the breach to the right, the new mechanic in the ocean, the ritual to the left, and this and that, then you go through the different temple and you finally reach the Arbiter and then the pinnacle boss. Even though we have all these things and we could figure it out anyway, the fact that this structure is overall
나 진짜 내
I
점수
think will let them build the endgame in the future to be much better, and it's going to be a lot better for the people who don't play as much as us, the new players, and then when they come into Path of Exile 2, they're going to have a very favorable experience, and they'll stick around, and the community will grow. So, that to me, the structure of the game improving in the endgame far outweighs any little tiny addition that we're getting added in here for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like from a new player perspective, like each direction having it's like 30 something quests or something. Like I forget what it was. Like there's quest chains that push you in each direction. Just like from the new player perspective, that's what I'm so excited for. It sounds like a lot of new players when they hit endgame they quit because there's just like nothing even telegraphs you to go find citadels. It's just kind of like you just pick a direction and go and you're lost. So like again, like you explained it perfectly to me.
내가 요오드 부족이었나봐. 이거 다시마환을 엄청나게 많이 먹었는데 저희 좀 보험을 어떻게 사용하는지 모르겠다 이런 게 좀 없어지는 것 같기도 하고 아직은 너무 일러서 확실한
But I think as soon as they revealed how they actually structure all the stuff that you have to do in the end game with the quest lines, I think that seems to be the right way to go, because it is just like it has always been a staple of any MMO.
너무 요드 부족이어가지고 자세를 어떻게 세워야 되는지도 모르고 그랬던 것 같아요.
Completion rate of the quest line or whatever. Though this could be overwhelming. I think if you just
어떻게 생각을 할 줄도 모르고 그런 생각도 온다니까.
And I think a lot of people have said, like after the reveal and everything, I think the term load even came into talk and everything, and it is definitely something that they need to be careful about. But I feel like it's the right approach.
제가 약해 보여요, 이제.
Differentiating like quest lines and just doing them one by one, because yeah, all people that play as much as the streamer or the people that play a lot, they probably won't have a problem.
이제 저랑 결혼 안 할 거야.
Aspect of it, they want to do the full artistry, they want to finish all the quest lines, and they don't care, they just blast through everything basically at the same time. But especially people that are just going one by one and have like a limited amount of time to play, I think that's also the right solution for them, because it's like, and I think they even said in the Q&A, the finish a whole quest line, they basically said like, yeah, it will take you like a night of gaming or something, I think they said. And that just sounds very good for all people involved, and not just the blaster type.
Hard.
So, going back to something that you said, I got that feedback a lot, or I read that feedback a lot in my chat of, you know, you're sitting there and you're listening to the presentation, and however long it is, it's an hour long of this mechanic, this chain, this thing could happen, and then you get this mechanic and then this boss, and then you kill it, and then it spreads out, and then you go this other direction, da 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 da. And then people said, well, that sounds extremely complicated, extremely That's not how I interpreted it at all. To me, it seems it's exactly the same as Zelda. What happens when you log into Zelda? Well, you can go left to the fire temple, or right to the water temple, or over here to the wind temple, and then you gather them all up and you go fight Ganon, right? It's the same thing. Guys, it's not that complicated. Go right and go do Breach and finish the quest, or get halfway through it, you don't, and then go left and do that quest. So, I don't know, I think for the people that were, I mean, we'll have to see how it goes when we actually log in and play it, but it didn't seem bloated at all. It seemed very compartmentalized, very structured, and very straightforward. It's just when it's an hour long of just blasting, you know, verbal stuff at you, if you don't picture it like that, it probably seems confusing, but it seems straightforward to me at least.
Like, imagine if I think like it would have been a very different feel from people if they didn't like dive deep into like every single Wii mechanic. Like if they had just said, now on the Infinite Atlas, you will have set quests at set locations, and then just like highlight over the different location. I think people would have felt a lot less overwhelmed. I'm not critiquing them on how they did it, because I think it was, you know, it was great learning about it. But I think just like, if you reframe it, you'll think like, oh yeah, you know, maybe it isn't as bloated as I thought it was.
Yeah, even something simple like they explain this, and they literally kind of showed it, that go left or go right or go into the ocean. But if they would have had like an overarch.
Importance of iodine. 최강사님, 저희 결혼하면 미국에 가서 살까요? 가족들 다 데리고? 아, 근데 건강보험 안 된다. 저희는 건강보험 되는데. 미국 전 영어가 너무 편해서 한국말 쓰는 게 좀 동양 문화가 저랑 좀 안 맞는 것 같아요. 배워야 되나 더? yeah.
It's a pleasure. Tell everybody a little about yourself, your qualifications, and how you're going to do. Well, I've practiced in medicine about 30 years, and I went to the University of Michigan for undergrad. If you haven't heard, we're the national champions. Defending national champions for the whole year. University of Michigan. So I was at University of Michigan for undergrad and Wayne State University School of Medicine.
요드 전문가야.
Residency in family
자기
practice, and you know, my goal through my childhood was to be a doctor and you know be a conventional doctor. I didn't know anything about holistic medicine, and I didn't know holistic household. We didn't. We basically went to the doctor when we were sick. We took whatever they told us to take, and we never questioned anything. And I never took a vitamin in my life. And so I began practicing conventional medicine, and then 6 months into it, I had an epiphany. I'll give you the story. One shorter, long version of the story. Medium. All right. I was practicing conventional medicine. I wasn't interested. I tell my patients don't take vitamins. They were a waste of time. And around 6 months into my practice of medicine, for 3 nights in a row, I had my first bout of insomnia for an unknown reason. And I started to get anxious at the end of that, and I was getting ready to go to work, and I just blurted out to my wife for the first time, I don't want to be a doctor anymore. And she's known me since we were 18 years old. You know, we had $100,000 in student loans, and that's all I talked about. Before that, I felt it was my calling. I still feel like it's my calling, but so she said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "I'm not helping anyone. I'm just treating them with drugs. They are treating the underlying cause of their problems."
이 사람 보니까 천재인 것 같아. 아, 네. 꼭 이겨야 하냐. 최강선이 답답하지 않아요? 저랑 얘기 못하는데? 일방적인 대화를 하니까. 네.
And in that lack of sleep, I didn't see him on that third day after not sleeping for 3 nights in a row for the fourth day. And he said, "Hey, why don't you meet Dr. Radke?" I think in this anxiety, lack of sleep, I said, "Fine." This was about the 10th time he'd asked me to meet him. So I called Dr. Radke. Robert Radke was in Birmingham, Michigan, a few minutes from my house. I set up a dinner meeting with him the following Tuesday. The following Tuesday comes around, I tell my wife I'm not going to go after I worked all day, that it would waste my time. She told me it would be rude. I already said it, go and be nice as I was walking out the door. I met him. He knew more functional biochemistry than I knew. He was talking about nutrition and how it relates to biochemistry. I didn't know any of that. He got me a book in the meeting by Jonathan Wright, who's an allopathic physician. And I took the book home, read it until the middle of the night. Dr. Radke and I became immediate friends. He was a nice guy. He was very smart. We maintained a really deep friendship until, unfortunately, he died. A period later. I called my dad the next day. He called the office and get some blood work. My dad had he had a heart attack at age 40. He had another heart attack at 42. Over the next 20 years, stents, angioplasties. I don't think it's stents. They removed the bones back there, I think. But he had, 2 bypass surgeries, angioplasties, and 12 medications for diabetes, hypertension, heart disease. It looked awful. He was able to continue in China for 20 years. Based on what I talked with Dr. Radke, based on what I read in that book, based on just pulling a couple of articles really quickly, I drew 2 blood tests of my dad. A thyroid hormone panel instead of just what I was on vet school, and his testosterone levels. His testosterone levels came back as less than the detectable limit. His thyroid levels in the lower part of the reference range. When my full natural testosterone, natural thyroid
30 days later, cholesterol 200, never changing any of his bad dietary habits. And he looked better, I no longer thought he was going to die. And I saw the changes to my dad, I knew that's what I wanted to medicine.
필살기를 왜
I
쓰냐?
wanted to turn into it. Here I am 30 years later, practicing good medicine. I'm very happy I did that.
I love that story. Here's my story in many ways. I'll tell you a funny thing about me. Back in about 2005, I came across this book called Iodine, Why We Need It. And I was allopathically trained at a state university, exact same story, didn't know anything about real physiology, almost nothing about nutrition. And I had reading a few articles about iodine, so I found a book, I got it, and read it in probably one night, just in cold, and I'm like, holy crap, that's back before the internet was super fast. So I'm like, when I get to work tomorrow, I gotta look these citations up. I gotta look this stuff up. If this is true, then how does Mr. Bluebeard envision it? How does he know this? And nobody else seems to know this. Why was I not taught this? And so back in 2005, iodine jumped up on my radar. And you completely changed the way I practice medicine reading your book. You're one of the key guys that kind of slapped me around and said, no, doctor, you don't know everything. You are not almost anything, really. You need to keep digging. Now's the time to actually start learning now that you're in active practice. You're good before that, but hey, what are you going to do? And so down that rabbit hole I went, and I'm still fascinated by iodine. Not only how important it is to all mammals, not just humans, but also how important it is. Like, it's just literally not a thing. It's not a thing doctors talk about. And so I talk about it all the time inside of our private group, and that's what we're live at right now. I'll post this later on YouTube. But I want to try to have a chance to ask you questions directly, if that's okay. And so let's start out with just a general question. Why is medicine seemingly, the practice of modern medicine, why is it so blind? We all do physiology.
졌어.
How do we not just understand intuitively?
도망간다.
Well, the biochemistry that we took was taught very poorly, and we had to pass the test to move on. That's all we did. There was no functionality to it. You couldn't apply it to the patient in front of you. When I had the dinner with Dr. Radke, I was shocked at this actual functional biochemistry that you could do. And that's what spurred me on, was his discussion of biochemistry, how the nutrients interact with the biochemistry. So in regards to iodine, the only thing I was taught in medical school was iodine deficiency, was a cure with iodine salt, and that was it. You got enough iodine in food, there's enough iodine in salt, nobody needs it. From my point of med school until I started researching things, I had no clue that there was anything.
씨발 새끼.
My turning point, first 10 years of my practice, I was using, after training my dad, every person that came in got a full nutritional evaluation. So the things that I really focused on were thyroid hormone, and then other bioidentical hormones, and then various nutritional items. Now, the first 10 years, there was no iodine testing available. So I was putting everybody, I had about 3/4 of my practice on thyroid hormone. First 10 years of my practice, it was growing. I thought it was really good. Patients were seeming to get better and telling me they're better. I wrote a book, Overcoming Thyroid Disorders, and I thought it was doing the right thing. It was bothering me why I was putting so many thyroid hormones. So I would go back to the physiology and biochemistry of the thyroid gland and what it takes and what are the cofactors needed to make thyroid hormones, how they interact with one another. I started using those cofactors, such as selenium, magnesium, vitamin C, B vitamins, and iodine. You can't make a thyroid hormone. In fact, you can't make any hormone in the body without iodine. So nothing worked as well as thyroid hormone. Nothing. Nothing worked as natural thyroid hormone. So I would try, and I kept coming back to iodine. I lived in Michigan. I grew up in Michigan. Practiced in Michigan. It's besides being the national champion for college football, soil is one of the lowest iodine areas in the world, which is the Great Lakes area. Indiana, Illinois, We have 4 other states in the Southwest that I will not mention by name. And if I do mention it by name, it's a lower cast O. Not a capital O. All these states have very low iodine in their soils. In fact, one of the lowest iodine in the world. As I got more involved in medicine, I thought, I was reading these articles, how low the soil is, and the goiter belt, and Water Street goiter in the United States was cured in Michigan and Ohio. And the iodine salt also here is because of so much goiter or swelling of the thyroid, which is a known iodine deficiency problem. I think we order a good iodine test, so I would just try iodine, low amounts, medium amounts, high amounts, it didn't work. I get frustrated and leave. What turned to me was 10 years into practicing holistic medicine. One of my journals, a letter to the editor by Dr. Abraham from California. He developed an iodine loading test. I called him immediately when I saw it. He became interested in me because of where I was located. He knew this about the goiter belt, soil low in iodine. And he offered to teach me how to do the laboratory work and the blood work and proper testing of iodine. And he offered to help me test my patients for iodine levels. He developed a test called iodine loading. Much more functional iodine levels. So the first couple of different patients that we tested together, 97% were extremely low in iodine. They weren't even low, they were like WHO criteria, severely deficient in iodine. And since then, we tested, between me and my partners, over 8,000 people. We're cruising on 9,000 soon. The same numbers hold true. It's over 97% significantly low in iodine, most severely low unless they've read my book or seen somebody else like.
Causes Hashimoto's. Take that and run.
There are some loud practitioners on the internet making that claim, and they've been making that claim for years. It's interesting, they're making that claim over these years that iodine levels have been falling across the United States, according to the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey. And over the last 50 years, iodine levels have fallen over 50%. During that same time, autoimmune thyroid diseases have skyrocketed epidemically. So really, we can end our discussion here because that's an inverse correlation, that's a negative correlation, and that rules out iodine as the cause of the autoimmune thyroid epidemic that we're having. So, if you look back in the literature, it's pretty clear that iodine deficiency sets up the thyroid for autoimmune thyroid disease. But as far as iodine causing the epidemic of autoimmune thyroid disease, that's proven false. Anyone who still says it is spreading misinformation, and no, it's just not true.
Okay, slight pivot. Somebody that has Hashimoto's should avoid iodine.
So, I write about this in my iodine book, and in my first 10 years of when I went to medical school in residency, I went to be a family doctor. I didn't go to be an alternative medicine doctor or a holistic doctor, however you want to refer to me as. I bought into everything I was taught, hook, line, and sinker. I was straight as an arrow, and I never deviated from what I was taught. And so when I started practicing conventional medicine, I lasted about 6 months before I realized this just isn't for me. I'm not making my patients better. I'm not making myself better, and I'm not helping my patients. I'm just prescribing drugs to treat the side effects or treat the symptoms of illnesses, and more drugs to treat the problems of the first drugs. So then, I think we talked about it in my last interview with you, and I get into it more if you want me to, but my dad was my first patient, and he had bad heart disease, and was on 12 medications to control cholesterol and hypertension and diabetes. And simply by getting a couple of these bioidentical hormones, like thyroid hormone and testosterone, his 30-year history of heart disease, got significantly better. His 20-year history of continual angina went away in 7 days. The cholesterol in the 300s fell below 200 without changing any of his bad habits. And I decided, hey, I'm going to do holistic medicine, whatever that was, because I didn't really know at that time. But what I knew was my dad got better from 2 bioidentical hormones, and I started thyroid hormone and testosterone. So I really started focusing on every single patient from that moment on, including up until 35 years later now. Everyone gets a hormonal evaluation. Everyone gets a thyroid hormone evaluation. So I started diagnosing a lot of hypothyroidism, and
autoimmune thyroid disease at the time, and a lot of it was hypothyroid. I was putting people on thyroid hormones. Now, I didn't know about iodine at that time. And I was using solely thyroid hormone to correct hypothyroidism, and trying nutrients to see if they would work for it. And I would try various nutrients. I was trying a lot of blood tests, checking a lot of nutrient levels. And I was trying magnesium, selenium, vitamin C, whatever they were deficient in or whatever they were lacking.
너무
And
방심했어.
nothing worked like thyroid hormone to get hypothyroid patients feeling better. And I was also trying iodine at that time. Now, I didn't know a lot about iodine for 10 years
또
of my
이기자.
clinical practice.
얼른 와.
And iodine, for me, was a difficult item to study. It's got all these different isomers, and you know, there's iodide, there's iodine, there's iodate, and you didn't learn about it in medical school. No one ever talked about it. In medical school, the only thing I learned about iodine was that iodine deficiency was a thing of the past, and iodine salt corrected that, and no one's iodine deficient anymore. That's what I learned in medical school. Even though when I was in medical school, it was coming out from the national
저걸 초풍이라고 해요. 저 아프컷.
Americans were deficient in iodine, but anyways, that's what I learned. So I wasn't given iodine, and I would try iodine.
쓰기 엄청 힘들어요.
For years of my holistic practice, little amounts, medium amounts, large amounts, and it wasn't helping patients like thyroid hormone was helping. And during that first 10 years of my practice, 2 studies came out by a researcher from the East Coast, Eskin. And the first study looked at women who were on thyroid hormone for women who took thyroid hormone versus women who didn't take thyroid hormone. And the woman who took thyroid hormone had the numbers exactly in my head, 25-30% increased risk of breast cancer if you took thyroid hormone versus women who didn't take thyroid hormone. The second study done by the same group, the longer you took thyroid hormone, the more breast cancer there was in the thyroid hormone group. So the women who took thyroid hormone for 10 years had a 50% increased risk of breast cancer versus women who never took thyroid hormone. Now, it was clearly taught in medical school that hypothyroidism is associated with different cancers, including breast cancer. There was a lot of research pointing that direction, that hypothyroid state can lead to abnormal growth of tissue and inflammatory tissue, including the breast. And so here was a researcher publishing a couple of articles saying, hey, people who have thyroid hormone, their breast cancer risk goes up, and if they're on it for at least 10 years, it goes up significantly, 50% higher. Now in the U.S. we have 1 in 7 breast cancer, lifetime risk of breast cancer. 1 in 7. Think about all the women in your life. That's a lot of women, that have this risk out there. And I certainly want to reduce that risk. But I looked at those studies in the first 10 years, and I'm pretty good at reading research, pretty good with statistics. Thought they were decent studies, and I didn't know what to do with them, and I filed them away, and they bugged me. And I kept coming back to them, and I kept reading them, and they continued to bug me. And then, around year 10 of this holistic practice, a doctor writes a letter to one of the journals that I get, saying he develops an iodine test, iodine loading test. His name was Dr. Guy Abraham. He became my mentor in iodine. He became a dear friend of mine, and a colleague. And I saw the article, and I thought, wow, iodine has failed me over and over. It wasn't a great test at that time that I could use to look at iodine levels in the human body. I called him up. Dr. Abraham was a tough guy to talk to, so I get to know you. I took a lot of abuse in the first few phone calls. He thought he was very leery of other doctors stealing his information or even misusing his information. And so I kept on, and because I wanted to know about this test. And then he started sending me articles that he had written. I went through his articles, and all of a sudden, I started reading about iodine and breast disease. And I didn't really know about it up until then. And the relationship between iodine and breast disease was been written about for, at that time, that was 1990s, 50 years. And there's a lot of research with iodine and fibrocystic breast disease as the treatment of choice for it. We now
signs of iodine deficiency.
사행자 because of iodine deficiency.
Having low iodine can lead to multiple problems, multiple signs and symptoms, and even medical conditions. In order to verify that you have low iodine, you'll have to make a trip to your doctor, but there are signs that you can look for in your own self to detect whether you may or may not have an iodine deficiency, which is very important to know. I'm Dr. Ken Berry, a family physician, and that's what this video is about. Now, I'm going to tell you 9 signs that you can look for in yourself or in your family or loved ones, friends or neighbors.
월요일날 고른다.
Is a sign that although
우리 삐삐 보는 날.
it's very often overlooked even by medical doctors, and so I want you to watch all of these and make sure that neither you or your family have any of these signs. As you're watching this video, if you notice a sign that your family member or your friend has, please consider sharing this video with them. It might help them uncover a hidden iodine deficiency that they can then correct and have greatly improved health. Iodine is a very, very important mineral that all human beings need, regardless of whatever diagnosis they may have. Everyone thinks that iodine is only involved with thyroid function, and that's actually not true at all. I've got another video on this channel about everything that iodine does and just how important it is in the human body. And it's much more common than it should be with people eating a modern diet that they have an iodine deficiency that neither they nor their doctor knows about. And that's not okay. It's not in any way conducive to optimize health. And so here's how you can do it. I'm going to go through these signs one at a time, and I want you to think about yourself and your loved ones and make sure you don't have any of these signs. Now, many of these signs, it's true, can be caused by other conditions, other diagnoses, other deficiencies, but they are all absolutely can be related to an iodine deficiency. Number 1 is fatigue or chronic tiredness. And so if you've got a good night's sleep and you know you're eating a good diet, but you're still just tired all the time or fatigued, that can be an iodine deficiency. Number 2 is unexplained weight gain. So if you've really tightened up your diet and you know you're eating the proper human diet and only real food and you're not eating processed junk, but you're still not losing weight like you think you should, or you're still gaining weight, even eating that diet, you may have an iodine deficiency. Number 3 is carbohydrate cravings. And so many people who are trying to improve their health with a low carbohydrate, a keto, or a carnivore diet, notice that they still crave carbohydrates, and that can actually be a sign of iodine deficiency. Number 4, another big one, is hair loss. And so if you're eating a diet that should be giving you all the fatty acids and amino acids that are needed to make beautiful, luxurious hair, but you ain't got that.
보고 싶다. 조나사는
Remember, every cell in your body needs iodine.
너무 보고 싶어.
Including the cells in your hair follicles. Number 5 is chronically cold hands and cold feet. And even just being cold all the time, but definitely if you always have cold hands and cold feet, even in a warm room or even out in the sun, you may have an iodine deficiency. Number 6 is a depressed mood. Now this can lead to clinical depression, or it can just be just a depressed mood where everything's going great in your life, but you're still just kind of down in the dumps all the time. That can be an iodine deficiency. Number 7 is dry skin. This is quite common in iodine deficiency because even your skin cells need iodine for proper function. So dry skin can absolutely be a sign of iodine deficiency. Number 8 is brain fog or trouble with your memory. And I'm not talking about dementia here. I'm talking about you just forget stuff more often than you feel like you should, more often than your family members forget things. You may have an iodine deficiency. And now the last symptom, which is more common than it should be, is always related with an iodine deficiency, and that's a goiter. So your thyroid is right here in the front of your neck. And go and look in the mirror after you finish this video and maybe watch the next one about iodine-rich foods that I'm going to pop up here at the end of this video. Go and look in the mirror, and if you see a subtle, and it can be quite subtle, a subtle fullness here in the front of your neck, and when you swallow, this doesn't move, but behind it, your tracheal and your pharyngeal cartilage moves, then you may have a goiter, and this is often missed by healthcare providers and even medical doctors if it's not very large. Now, if it gets big enough, any doctor can spot a goiter across the room, but if it's slight and subtle, many doctors will miss that. Now, if you want to learn which foods are rich in iodine, I'm going to pop that video up here at the end of this video, and I want you to check that out because you can get plenty of iodine in your diet if you know which foods to eat to get it. Now, if you enjoyed this video, please take a second and click that subscribe button and the little bell button right beside it so that every time I get a new idea for a video, you'll get a notification from YouTube. Also, don't forget to check out my book, Lies My Doctor Told Me. It contains lots of other useful information that's a lot like this video. I hope you enjoyed this video and found it helpful. Don't forget you can share this if you have someone you care about who has some of these signs or symptoms. This is Dr. Berry. I'll see you next time.
Now, there are 7 warning signs of an iodine deficiency. You may be familiar with a thyroid problem. If you're low in iodine, you can actually create a hypothyroid condition. And the various signs and symptoms of that would be hair loss, thinning of the hair, lethargy, depression, dry hair, dry skin, as well as weight gain, and cold intolerance. You do not tolerate cold. And by the way, like in the US alone, there's like 10 million people who have hypothyroidism. In Europe, it's 40 million people. And just so you know, 90% of all hypothyroidism is more autoimmune. And so it may not be an iodine deficiency. However, iodine deficiency in general is very, very common. 1.88 billion people on this planet have an iodine deficiency. So it's quite a few people. One of the best ways to know for sure if you are low in iodine, I talked about the patch test where you put a little drop of iodine on your skin and you see if it gets absorbed. But if you really wanted to do an accurate test to find out if you have an iodine deficiency, you'd want to measure your thyroid stimulating hormone, because that's a really good indicator to know what's happening at the level between the pituitary and your thyroid, simply because the thyroid is an iodine hog. So it's going to start hogging up all the iodine. And so if there's a deficiency of thyroid hormones, you won't get this feedback loop to turn off the thyroid. So the pituitary just keeps putting out more thyroid stimulating hormones. So it's going to be higher. And that's a really good indication to know if you're really deficient in iodine. And relating to that, as far as the dairy, you'd want to measure your thyroid stimulating hormone, because that's a really good indicator to know what's happening at the level between the pituitary and your thyroid, simply because the thyroid is an iodine hog. So it's going to start hogging up all the iodine. And so if there's a deficiency of thyroid hormones, you won't get this feedback loop to turn off the thyroid. So the pituitary just keeps putting out more thyroid stimulating hormones. So it's going to be higher. And that's a really good indication to know if you're really deficient in iodine. And relating to that, as far as the numbers go, you want it to be under 4. But some institutions are bringing that number lower, like 2.5. There's some interesting data on that might be true. But in this video, I want to talk mainly about the symptoms that you may not be aware of that are related to an iodine deficiency, okay? Number 1, intellectual disability. That's right. Your cognitive function diminishes greatly when you don't have iodine in adults and in children. In fact, if you're deficient in iodine, your IQ could go down by 15 points. If a child is deficient, it can go down by 13 points. If you add to this an iron deficiency in a child, that can bring it another 7 points lower. So you're talking 20 points lowered IQ from a simple mineral deficiency. And not just a mineral, it's a trace mineral. And what's really bizarre to me is that we only need these tiny, tiny trace amounts of this mineral. And if you're deficient, the consequences are not tiny, they are huge. So this really involves your ability to solve problems, your advancement in your job, and it can relate to your future success. Number 2, infertility. Now, if you take a look at the body's main purpose, its purpose is to survive, reproduce, and continue, okay? And so this little symptom of infertility is not so little. It's actually a huge symptom for the body in its purpose to reproduce. And so there's a huge importance in this connection between having this little trace mineral and having the ability to reproduce. If an infant is deficient, okay, in iodine, or if a mother is deficient while she's carrying a baby, the child is very, very vulnerable to developing hearing loss, because out of all the parts of the brain, okay, the part of the brain that needs the most oxygen, the most metabolism, and the most iodine, which they're all connected, is the auditory centers. And so if a mother is deficient in this one trace
요오드가 가장 필요한 인간의 몸 부위가
hearing deficiencies. Before,
귀 속에 있는
why would an iodine deficiency show up in the breast? Well, because iodine has a very big importance of regulating
귀 속에
excess
있는
amount of
부위죠.
estrogen. And when you have too much estrogen and not enough
여기
iodine,
갑상선
you can
말고.
develop like these mini little cysts.
그래서 사람들이 귀 잘 안 들린대요.
Ovary. And as a side note, if you have fibrocystic breast, you should be taking iodine as a supplement, and it works very effectively. All right, number 5, heavy periods. Now, why would you have a heavy period? Well, because you're estrogen dominant, and iodine can help regulate that, and it can help regulate your periods. And as a side note too, this doesn't work all the time, but I'd say about 50% of the time it can also help hot flashes. All right, number 6, and this is
야동 볼
interesting.
시간인가?
Having a deficiency of iodine can reduce your productivity, your ability to achieve something in children and adults. And I know what you're thinking. This probably explains a lot of things that's happening
알았어,
nowadays
계산 안 읽을게요. 계산 이러면 안 돼.
Iodine can help people increase their ability to get things
진짜 만날 때
done. All right, number 7, brain damage.
가치가 떨어져.
Now, wait a second. An iodine
그렇게
deficiency
봐야죠.
causing brain damage? I thought you'd have to have physical trauma to cause brain damage. Well, guess what? If you don't have enough iodine, all sorts of things occur, because iodine is essential for certain enzymes that not just create brain tissue,
최강사님이
but
가치가
also
떨어진다는 게 아니고 그 행동, 같이 하는 행동이 가치가
Now, I know you're
떨어진다는
thinking right
게
now, well, what foods are high in iodine? What causes an iodine deficiency? I've done a whole other video about that, but I will just touch on it briefly. The number one cause of iodine deficiency is not necessarily related to not getting enough iodine from your diet, okay? I want to primarily focus on number 3, goitrogen foods. These are foods that can cause a goiter, which is swelling of your thyroid, usually because of an iodine deficiency. So what's interesting is this: you could be getting enough dietary iodine, but consuming these foods at the same time and end up with an iodine deficiency and creating a lot of problems. So this point right here, number 3, goitrogen foods, is the most important information, okay? And out of these foods that can deplete iodine, cassava is the number 1 that has the ability to block iodine. Why? Because in addition to its ability to bind to iodine and lock it up, it also has 2 additional chemicals that can also bind in a potent way to iodine. Hydrocyanic acid, which then turns into this thiocyanate, which is a very strong and potent binder to iodine. So because of these 2 chemicals right here, it is not good to consume a lot of cassava simply because it can block iodine. So unless you're consuming a lot of iodine, okay, you're probably going to be deficient. There is certain parts of the world that consume a lot of cassava in their diet. And this is one of the reasons why large populations are deficient in iodine. Now you also have soy and corn and canola, okay, which also block iodine. And take a wild guess what they feed animals, okay? Soy, corn, and sometimes canola. But if you actually feed animals this food, you can actually create deficiencies in the animals. So here you are thinking, well, I don't consume soy, I don't consume corn, I don't consume cassava, I'm good to go. But you're consuming the animals that live off these foods. Now, also cruciferous foods, that would be the cabbage, the broccoli, the Brussels sprouts, things like that. Now, I've done videos on this, and there's 2 points I want to make on it. If you're steaming or cooking these foods, as in the cauliflower, or steaming the broccoli, or cooking the cabbage, it's going to greatly reduce the effect of binding to iodine. Also, you would have to consume a lot of cruciferous to create a deficiency, so this is not at the top of the list, okay? Now, peanuts and pine nuts also can bind with iodine in large amounts. They are not the strongest foods that'll do it, but I wanted to put it on the list. And then you also have millet and rice that can also bind with iodine. So this is why there's a larger population that are deficient in iodine in India, Southeast Asia, South America, as well as Africa. So what are the best foods for iodine? The number one best food for iodine, especially if someone's pregnant, would be shellfish, okay? Then fish. Anything out of the sea, okay? Like sea kelp, that would be good. You also have eggs have iodine. Organ meats have iodine. Nuts have a moderate amount of iodine. But believe it or not, vegetables and fruits are not high on the list with iodine. So if someone's consuming soy, corn, millet, other grains, with cassava, vegetables, fruit, and no animal products, no eggs, no cheese, they can easily end up with an iodine deficiency. Now, this is an interesting topic, but this next video is even more interesting. It's the 7 surprising reasons why you are deficient in iodine that go even beyond what I just talked about. Check it out. I put it right here.
좀 쉴게요.
to optimize it?
So I think first off, iodine should be part of a holistic treatment regimen. It shouldn't be the only therapy ever taken. And look, it's not only thing. I'm not only putting people on iodine. I do a whole nutritional and hormonal evaluation on every patient who walks in the door, and iodine's part of that. So are many other things. So I don't think that you get the best results with iodine. It's just go take large doses of iodine or small doses of iodine. So I think number one, it's important to learn about iodine, and that's one of the reasons I wrote my book. I first 10 years of my practice, I was trying iodine in various amounts, low, medium, and high. So let me go back. The first 10 years of my practice, once I left conventional medicine, I started diagnosing people with a lot of thyroid problems, a lot of people with thyroid problems. And I found at the end of a decade of converting to a holistic look at patients, I'm looking at vitamin, mineral, hormone levels, that probably about 75% of my patients were diagnosed with a thyroid problem, and I was putting most of them on thyroid hormone. Now, these patients were feeling better, and they were happy. I was following up with them, and I was growing my practice and thought I was doing a good thing for them. And it was bugging me, why do so many people need to take thyroid hormone to feel well? I didn't think we were designed by our maker to just, because we're going to need thyroid hormone to feel well. Human body's designed pretty well. If you supply it with the basic raw materials, that it will take care of itself pretty well. So I would look at the biochemistry and physiology of whatever I'm doing. In this case, the thyroid gland. I look at how does the thyroid gland make thyroid gland? What does it need to make thyroid gland? What are the cofactors needed? And when you look at that stuff, you find that B vitamins, particularly B2 and B3, magnesium, selenium, vitamin C, and iodine. All thyroid hormone can't be made without iodine. Thyroxine, or T4, has 4 atoms of iodine attached to thyroglobulin. Triiodothyronine, or T3, has 3 atoms of iodine attached to thyroglobulin. In fact, any hormone in the body, you can't make any single hormone in the body without adequate amounts of iodine. But the thyroid's particularly sensitive to that, and we've been designed for mechanisms to ensure that the thyroid gland gets enough iodine so it can make thyroid hormone, because we can't live without thyroid hormone, since every cell needs and requires it. So there's a specialized mechanism to take iodine from a lower concentration in the bloodstream, and to put it into a gland like the thyroid, which is a higher concentration. So you're moving from lower to higher. You need an energy molecule, an ATP molecule, to do that, to catalyze that reaction. And it's carried across the thyroglobulin membrane by a transport molecule called sodium iodide symporter. You need 2 atoms of sodium to drive that car across the membrane to get into the thyroid. That's where the salt comes into play. So you need adequate amounts of salt for this reaction to happen. You also need some iodine. Now, it's not just the thyroid. This sodium iodide symporter has been found in the breasts and the ovaries and other tissues of the body. But the thyroid has the highest concentration of iodine in the human body. Number 2 is the ovaries or the breasts. It's unclear whether 1, 2, and 3, but these are and the prostate is up there, the pancreas is up there, the adrenal glands have a high amount of iodine as well. So, our body works pretty hard to ensure that these glands have enough iodine so it can function and make these hormones that are life needed. So I'm getting in the weeds right now. I can't remember what your question was.
Well, why don't we take it here? We talked about deficiency early on being a goiter, and that's if we take things to the extreme. We know now that the thyroid hormones are made from iodine. What are some of the more subtle symptoms somebody's going to notice if they're not getting enough?
Well, they'll notice in the thyroid gland symptoms of hypothyroidism. That's one thing. So those are being cold, being tired, hair loss, weight gain, brain fog, swelling, they're swollen, the skin's all puffy, they have this mucinous fluid below the subcutaneous layer. They're just dragging around. Now, the other thing that happens with low iodine is it's a setup for autoimmune thyroid disease, Hashimoto's and Graves' disease. And Most people, they might be hyper, they might be losing weight and nervous and jittery and palpitations. They're going to be iodine deficient. And iodine's as part of a holistic treatment regimen, as part of the treatment course for all those illnesses. The most common one is hypothyroidism related to low iodine.
All right, well, let's come back to general population now. Somebody living, we can take any example in the U.S. It sounds like this is an issue across the U.S., but your area in Michigan sounds like a hub where it's more concentrated due to the geography there. So I'll have you clarify. Give me a picture of the U.S. and if there's any areas there that are not dealing with this. And then I know from what you said before, the area you're in is a area of lower iodine.
So that's correct. The Great Lakes area is lower iodine in the soil, but we're pretty much all eating the same food across the country now. We get the food from the same sources. Nothing really distinguishes it. I've talked to my colleagues around the country. They're all seeing it. Those who are checking it. So one of the reasons that you're saying, I might have a hub of it is because I'm checking for it. Look, you only see what you look at. And you're not checking for iodine levels, and you're not checking for Hashimoto's. You don't know what people have. You don't have it, they don't have it. You're not checking for it. So,
But you are in a geographic hub where it's lower in the iodine.
It's lower in the soil, but I think that I talked to the lab testing. Our country's become so messed up with pollution and our food supply and dropping nutrient levels that it's across the country, and I don't think we're suffering much anymore than everybody else. The country's suffering about the same amount these days.
Okay. What we got into that, and your number was 97% from practice that people are deficient. So, given that, is testing necessary, or can we assume that we're deficient if we haven't been addressing this? And if testing is warranted, how do we do that? What's the best way?
I don't think everyone needs to be tested for everything all the time. If you don't look for it, you don't see it. And if you don't test for Hashimoto's disease, that's there. I'm pretty good at calculating thyroids. When I do courses, I teach doctors how to calculate the thyroid. I can tell you the vast majority of doctors are inadequate palpation skills. That's a lost art in medicine. And the thyroid. So do I think everyone needs to be tested? I think that a spot urinary iodine test costs a few bucks, and it's a very inexpensive way to sort of screen someone for their iodine levels. If they're not taking iodine, however, if they're taking iodine, the only test available, if you're taking milligram amounts of iodine, like I'm writing about, talking about, and the only test available is a 24-hour loading test. And it's a more involved test where you take 50 milligrams of iodine at time 0, you collect 24 hours of urine, and because 98% of the iodine taken orally comes out in the urine, you can measure the amount in and out, subtract the numbers, and realize how much the body's holding on to. And when about 95% is excreted of that 50 milligram load, or 45 milligrams comes out in the urine after 24 hours, usually that means there's a 5 milligram pool of iodine that the body's utilizing to make thyroid hormone, adrenal hormone, immune system, or whatever the iodine's supposed to do on the body. The body excretes 25 milligrams or 50%, and hangs on to 25 milligrams. It's really deficient in having to get its stores back up. So that's a functional test that can be done. Do I think everybody needs that? No. But I think everyone could benefit from working with a holistic doctor who's iodine literate and not iodophobic, which you brought up in the interviews you had earlier. I would call those people suffering from medical iodophobic. They need to get their literacy up to stuff.
Okay, so for the average person, it sounds like testing, would be a good idea, but not always necessary. Obviously, there's different ages in the population, and I'm assuming depending on the body size and the age, dosage would be different. Can you give us a general idea of what you're recommending? We know it's in milligrams, but what kind of dosages are people typically on when they're working with you?
I would say the vast majority of my patients are on 25 milligrams of a combination of iodine and iodide. And if they have glandular disease, thyroid overshooters, breast, prostate, pancreas, I'll put them on more. If they have cancer, because that's the end of that iodine continuum that I touched on earlier,
put them on more. And I use iodine as a front and center, first line treatment for people with glandular problems. And, we got a country of glandular problems right now. 1 in 7 women across the U.S. have breast cancer. 1 in 3 men, older men, have prostate cancer. We have thyroid cancer is the fastest growing cancer. We have pancreatic cancer, ovarian, uterine cancer going at epidemic rates right now. And it's been my premise that iodine deficiency is probably not the sole cause of that, but it's a large piece of that pie, and needs to be identified and dealt with in order to help those conditions.
You mentioned there being a difference there between iodine and iodide. Can you talk about what that is?
So those terms, iodide, D-I-D-E, refers to the reduced form of iodine. It has its full complement of electrons in its outer shell. Can all go back to biochemistry, undergraduate inorganic biochemistry. And iodine, D-I-N-E, is the oxidized form, where it's lacking an extra electron in its outer shell and is looking for an electron. So that makes iodine the perfect redox reagent, where it can function as both an oxidant and an antioxidant, which are really the most potent healing things in the human body. Vitamin C functions like that. Vitamin E can function like that. Glutathione can function sort of antioxidant and oxidant, and these are the most potent healing things in our body. And that's what makes iodine such a neat thing to study. So my first 10 years of my practice, what I was using was iodine, PID, the reduced form. I was not iodine literate, and I was ignorant. What I found was small, medium, and large doses of iodine only didn't help people. They didn't get worse, they didn't get better. And I would get frustrated with it. My turning point came around year 8 or 9. When I saw a letter to the editor from one of the journals that I got from a doctor in California. It was Guy Abraham, had developed an iodine loading test. And there was no good iodine testing before that time. So I saw that, and I went, let me call him. So I called him, and we started a deep friendship, and personal professional, and I would fly out to California and work in his lab 6 times a year for a long weekend. And he got my iodine literacy up to snuff. One of the major things he taught me was different tissues of the body respond to iodine, different respond to iodine. So, for example, the thyroid responds to iodine, seems to take up iodine only. The breast take up iodine. So the stomach and the pancreas and the ovaries and things respond to one or the other primarily. Now, I just said the thyroid takes up iodine. I just said the first 8 years of my practice I was using iodine, small, medium, and large doses without effect on the thyroid. It just didn't work. So when I started using a combination of iodine and iodine, such as found in Lobel solution, Lobel solution was made in 1820s by Dr. Lobel, and it's a combination of iodine and iodine in a potassium liquid substance. And that was what was used in medicine until iodine salt came into play. That meant it was really, according to conventional medicine, no need for iodine at that point because we were getting enough iodine salt. But when I started using Lobel solution, a tablet of Lobel solution, when I started to see the results that I was looking for, that gives you a whole body effect for iodine.
Alright, so we want to combo the both. Different tissues prefer different forms. You mentioned the Lugol. I've used that in the past. That's a liquid that comes out kind of like brownish orange. And then you also mentioned capsule. Let's talk about the different forms of iodine. Now we know there's the 2 different types, but the different forms we can take it in, and what's best.
Well, you can take either, you can take tablet of iodine, or you can take liquid. It doesn't really matter. I just found it matters. So, I prefer a 5% Lobel solution, which is 1 drop of 6.25 milligrams. There are tablet forms on the market now that are 12.5 milligrams per tablet. Either works just fine. I've not really found big big difference, between the two.
Okay, and how do you feel about transdermal using the solution through the skin?
So that's been sort of another wives' tale with iodine that you can put all solution, brownish, iodine, which is around on the skin on the forearm or up here. You make a brown patch, and then you time how long it takes for that brown patch to go away. So the theory was that if somebody was really deficient in iodine, it would soak up the brown colored iodine here. It would absorb it into the skin. The skin holds about 28% of the body's iodine. And the quicker that brown color went away, the more deficient you were. So if the brown color lasted 24 hours, your skin had enough iodine in it. And so it's called the skin. What is there a name for it? Do you know a name for it?
Not that I can recall, no. But I used to do that. That's how I initially supplemented years ago. I took a break from it for a while. Now I'm on capsules. Sorry, continue.
I used to do the test too. Thought I was getting useful information. Well, when I found out the skin had 20% of the body's iodine, maybe that's all you're measuring with it. But there was a study that measured it and showed 88% of it being painted on the skin supplements off into gaseous phase and goes to the atmosphere. So it's pretty much a useless test. There's no value in that. The best test is urinary excretion testing.
And I would assume since it's, not absorbing, that it's not a good way to get in the body either.
No. Taking it orally is the best way to do it. And iodine absorbs really well from the GI tract. So you're not testing people long enough to know this, And that's why the urinary excretion is, it's getting in. Because they're clearing it through their kidneys and their urine.
This current capsule I'm taking, it's one capsule every 2 weeks. Which gets me to how often do we need to take it? How is it being stored in the body, and how often do we need to take it?
What capsule every 2 weeks? What's that about?
You know what? I was just taking it without, doing a ton of research. And obviously I've dove into your work to prepare for this interview and conversing with you here. My level of knowledge on iodine's gone up exponentially, and I'm going to look further into it, but I'm not even sure the exact amount I'm taking. But it says on the bottle it's Designs for Health, which is, in my mind, a pretty reputable brand, to take one capsule every 2 weeks.
I don't see how that's possible, because when we finish the show, if you're home and got that bottle of whatever, you can show it to me. I'd like to see that.
I'll go grab it.
I'm not sure that's possible because we're not iodine camels. We don't have pumps that store iodine. Similar to water, we don't have pumps of water, so if we don't drink water on a daily basis, we become quickly dehydrated. And iodine will clear out of the system 24 to 48 hours if you're not taking iodine. So I don't know, unless this capsule is staying in your gut for 2 weeks, slowly releasing iodine and iodide, which I really doubt that's the case. Then I think that's incorrect information.
Okay, well, it's important we're getting into it because, there are fat-soluble vitamins like vitamin D, DAKE, that do stay in the body for longer periods versus something like vitamin C or magnesium. And with the fat-soluble vitamins, you need to be more careful with dosages and how frequently you're taking them. So why I got into this is I'm just curious, iodine, how it fits on that continuum. And you're saying 24, 48 hours is all we got.
I've done the testing on it, and I can tell you that there's a little bit of a carryover effect from iodine, but iodine's rapidly, when it's not utilized, it's clear. So, you need iodine on a continuous daily basis to make thyroid hormone, adrenal hormone, keep the glandular tissue in normal architecture, and it needs to be replaced, or even the iodine tissue very quickly. And then couple it with our exposure to all these pollutants that push iodine out of the body and displace it. I would be hard pressed to believe, taking a pill every 2 weeks is going to do much.
Well, let's move into the highlights. You've touched on it a couple times. These other competitors, these other elements that are receptors that iodine needs to get on.
So the halides are I think I got a picture of the halides in my book. Maybe I don't.
They do not. So the halides are, if you recall back to high school chemistry or college chemistry, those who took it in college, it's the periodic table of elements, and they're grouped according to this, from the size, from lowest size to the largest size, and then they're grouped according to similarities between groupings. Group 17 on the right side of the periodic table are the halides. There's 5 halides now, just one been discovered, but that's, I don't think there's any human, nothing has any relevance to us. 4 major halides are fluoride, bromide, and iodine. And 2 of those are essential, and 2 of those are toxic. The 2 essential ones are iodine and chloride. Can't live without either of them. We're talking about iodine, chloride, salt, sodium chloride. We have huge amounts of chloride, over a gram of chloride, over a gram of sodium. If we look at dry weight of our body, there's huge amounts of those things. It's needed since big energy molecules to run hundreds and thousands of different reactions in the body. Every cell needs chloride, every cell needs iodine. Bromide and fluoride, toxic elements, should not, and they should be in our body. We can argue whether fluoride, treats cavities or not, but, I don't think it does. Fluoride poisons hundreds, if not thousands, of enzymes in the body, and it's a very electronegative, small substance that's very toxic to the human body. Bromide is fluoride's in our water supply, it's in toothpaste, it's in juices and drinks and dental, they do the fluoride treatments and all that stuff. And bromide is another toxic halide that is a bigger problem with the halides, those 2 toxic ones, because fluoride's so small. It's the work that I did with Dr. Abraham, we couldn't demonstrate that fluoride competitively inhibited iodine, even though it could. It's in that grouping, but we showed bromide did a nice job of that. And if you look at the size of bromide and iodine, they're very similar to one another. And bromide would be the choice. If you want to competitively inhibit iodine, you choose bromide because it's more size going closer to iodine, it could bind to the receptor much more efficiently than fluoride would. But we're getting exposed to bromide in food, drink. It's in consumer goods. It's in these things, and it's probably in this sweatshirt as a player sweatshirt, which is the national championship sweatshirt, in case you guys didn't know. But it's a fire retardant in clothes. It's in cushions. It's in your mattresses. It's in vegetable oils. It's in breads. And bakery products as brominated flour. So our exposure to bromide is what I think is a double whammy. First one is iodine levels falling over the last 50 years. Levels rising. It's really double whammied us and given us the epidemic, the impetus for the epidemic of cancer of the thyroid, ovaries, uterus, breast, prostate, pancreas, as well as Hashimoto's, Graves' disease, and other problems as well. And so that to me could explain why we're seeing this epidemic of all these problems.
And then getting further into the bromide piece, there was a time when iodine was used in baking, and you talk about this in your book, where it was subbed out for bromide. So talk about when that is and what we noticed at that time.
So before the 1970s, iodine was used in flour and breads, pasta, cereal, whatever else flour was in, baking products, and iodine. So it was 1 or 2 slices. I think I should know this. It was 1 or 2 slices of bread met the RDA for iodine. So not only were you getting iodine and iodine salts, you were getting iodine in a couple slices of bread and cookies and whatever else was using brominated, iodinated flour. And then in the it was around 1970, 71. The government didn't mandate it, but brominated flour government began promoting the use of brominated flour. It's unclear why. I've spent many hours trying to find why, and I can't find why. But
Right around 1970, bromine took the place of iodine.
Keto without intermittent fasting.
Keto without intermittent fasting.
Round one. Fight.
Intermittent fasting versus ketogenic diet, are they the same? Can you do one without the other? Stay tuned and I'll clarify. Hey, I'm Dr. Stan Ekberg with Wellness for Life, and by subscribing to our channel, you'll learn everything that you need to know to master your health. What is intermittent fasting? What is ketogenic diet? What is that all about? Well, ketogenesis is when you don't eat carbs for a while, your body learns to develop more reliance on fat. It gets better at burning fats. Intermittent fasting, what is it? Well, fasting simply means that you don't eat for a while. So basically, every night you're fasting for an hour before sleep. And the longer that you fast, meaning you don't eat something that can contribute to blood sugar, the better your body gets at developing reliance on fat for energy. So you start accessing fat stores for energy, and part of that process is to create something called ketone bodies that serve also to fuel the brain. The brain can rely on glucose or ketone bodies. The more that you avoid sugar, the more your body learns to rely on the ketone bodies. So fasting basically means starving, and it's a really bad idea to try to starve yourself unless you have developed a little bit of keto adaptation. If you gradually cut out the carbs so that you increase your body's ability to use fat, now you don't have these fluctuations of blood sugar. So if you start stretching out the fasting period, you're not going to do it normally. And everything that you do, you want to start thinking about having it sustainable. You want to create lifestyles where you can do things that you can sustain. Starvation is not sustainable. If your body relies on carbohydrates, your blood sugar goes up and down, and you try to do a fast, you try to do intermittent fasting, you try to avoid eating for a period of time, you're going to feel terrible. Can you do it? Yes, with a lot of willpower, you can push yourself through a period of time, but it's not really a good idea because it's not sustainable, you're upsetting the body, you're not creating health and balance in your body. So are they the same thing? Not exactly, but sustained fasting leads to ketogenesis or keto adaptation. That's just a more logical and pleasant way to go about it. Because once you're keto adapted, once you learn to rely on fat for energy, you can go longer and longer, and eventually probably 8 hours is not a big deal. It's just how to sustain it. Be sure to let me know what your experiences are. If you have further questions, if you have comments, leave those down below, and don't forget to subscribe. We'll get back to you soon. Thank you.
Final round. Fight.
Are you doing keto and intermittent fasting perfectly, yet you're not losing any weight? I have a lot of videos on plateau. So what I did is I combined all of them into one video to make it really, really simple. Let's first cover some basics. First thing is, what is normal, okay? When someone does keto and IF, they usually lose a lot of water weight, sometimes up to 8 pounds in the first week. That means they're carrying a lot of water. Then the second week, they're hardly losing any weight at all, maybe 2 pounds. Well, the maximum fat burning, the actual fat you can lose per week with a healthy metabolism is only 2 pounds. Okay, that's actually really good. So if you're losing a half a pound or a pound, don't take a loss on that. That's actually quite good. Especially as you get older or postmenopausal, that's probably going to be the most you're going to actually lose because the metabolism is slowed down. So just consider what normal is. Second point, it's get healthy to lose weight, not lose weight to get healthy. Health comes first, weight loss second. And let me define health. Energy improvement, no more cravings, hunger is gone, feel vibrant. So if you're focused on losing weight before that, not a good strategy. Our body will release some of this fat once we get healthy. So when you start the program and you notice that you're not losing weight, yet your hunger is gone, realize it's working. Just give it more time because the body has to get healthy. And there's all sorts of things happening at the cellular level, building proteins and fixing repair actions and things like that. Okay, next point. Muscle weighs more than fat per volume. So if you have atrophy, loss of muscle protein, looks like that, and you start this program, your body is going to repair that first. So you may start building more muscle, and that's going to be a little heavier than the actual fat per volume. So you may notice you're shrinking, especially in your waist, and that means that it's working. Just give it more time, but not necessarily weight loss because your body is focusing more on the protein building. You may be losing some fat, but the protein is going up. Okay. 9 things, okay, in the order of importance. So let's say you're not losing weight, what do you do? Step 1, double check your carbohydrates. A lot of times there's hidden carbs. You're consuming maybe a fruit here and there, some wild rice, some bread on the side, because you're not exactly doing it perfect. Or it could be some wine, or it could be a so-called keto-friendly bar, or some type of dessert. And then when you read the ingredients, it is filled with sugar, okay? Okay, so number 2, your fasting pattern. This is very, very, very important.
죽었어, 이 참.
Sometimes
짜증나.
you need to fast longer.
짜증나.
So the key is start where you're at.
이현승 있었는데.
Do 3 meals, no snacks. Then don't eat if you're not hungry. Ride the wave, and so you skip your breakfast. And when intermittent fasting perfectly, yet you're not losing any weight. I have a lot of videos on plateau. So what I did is I combined all of them into one video to make it really, really simple. Let's first cover some basics. First thing is, what is normal? Okay. When someone does keto and IF, they usually lose a lot of water weight. Sometimes up to 8 pounds in the first week. That means they're carrying a lot of water. Then the second week, they're hardly losing any weight at all, maybe 2 pounds. Well, the maximum fat burning, the actual fat you can lose per week with a healthy metabolism is only 2 pounds. Okay, that's actually really good. So if you're losing a half a pound or a pound, don't take a loss on that. That's actually quite good. Especially as you get older or postmenopausal, that's probably going to be the most you're going to actually lose because the metabolism is slowed down. So just consider what normal is. Second point, it's get healthy to lose weight, not lose weight to get healthy. Health comes first, weight loss second. And let me define health. Energy improvement, no more cravings, hunger is gone, feel vibrant. So, if you're focused on losing weight before that, not a good strategy. Our body will release some of this fat once we get healthy. So when you start the program and you notice that you're not losing weight, yet your hunger is gone, realize it's working. Just give it more time because the body has to get healthy. And there's all sorts of things happening at the cellular level, building proteins and fixing repair actions and things like that. Okay, next point. Also weighs more than fat per volume. So if you have atrophy, loss of muscle protein, which actually looks like fat, and you start this program, your body is going to repair that first. So you may start building more muscle, and that's going to be a little heavier than the actual fat per volume. So you may notice you're shrinking, especially in your waist, and that means that it's working. Just give it more time, but not necessarily weight loss because your body is focusing more on the protein building. You may be losing some fat, but the protein is going up. Okay. 9 things, okay, in the order of importance. So let's say you're not losing weight. What do? Step 1, double check your carbohydrates. A lot of times there's hidden carbs. You're consuming maybe a fruit here and there, some wild rice, some bread on the side, because you're not exactly doing it perfect. Or it could be some wine, or it could be a so-called keto-friendly bar or some type of dessert. And then when you read the ingredients, it is filled with sugar, okay? Okay, so number 2, your fasting pattern. This is very, very, very important, and sometimes if you have a slow metabolism, you need to fast longer. So the key is start where you're at, do 3 meals, no snacks, then don't eat if you're not hungry, ride the wave, and so you skip your breakfast, and then your first meal of the day maybe is at lunch, and then the second is at dinner. And then you take those 2 times and you start squishing them together, okay? So now you're in a 4-hour window, and then now you fast for 20 hours, okay? And then let's say you're still not losing weight, then you basically eventually go to 1 meal a day. Most people will lose a good amount of weight with that, unless they have a history of a lot of dieting, or they're going through menopause, or they had diabetes, or have diabetes, or they have a lot of weight to lose, or they have a fatty liver. So the body has to kind of take the fat off the liver first before it starts going after your belly. So they might not see something right away, but this is what they need to do. They might need to have 1 meal a day every other day, okay? That will handle even the most severe case. Some people, what they do is they do intermittent fasting, they do 1 meal a day, and then every week they go for 48 hours. So there's a lot of different things that you can try, but you need to increase your fasting. Okay, number 3, bloating. You're eating all these vegetables, you're not used to them, and you're just bloated, you're retaining water. You just need to cut the vegetables out right now because you probably have something called SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, and that's just causing your gut to be filled with fiber, and you're getting constipation, you have fluid retention. That happens on occasion, so cut down the amount of vegetables that you consume. Maybe some steamed or cooked vegetables, or just have like some leafy green salad, but not that much. This can inhibit your weight loss. Number 4, start cutting down your fat. Now, fat is good at the beginning, but when you start becoming adapted, we want to burn our own body's fat, not the dietary fat as much. So you might want to cut down your fat to about 75 grams. It's just a matter of not adding any fat to the meal. Just eat the fat that's normally with the protein. Keep it simple. So this will help. Number 5, add exercise in there, especially if you can do it when you're fasting. So if you're between 40, 50, or in your 60s, you want to work out probably twice a week. And you spread it out. Just make sure the workouts are intense or long enough to really cause your whole body to be exhausted, or you're sweating, because because we want to do a very thorough workout, but we have to make sure we don't overtrain, so it's a judgment call. I'm going to put a lot of videos down below for each point so you can get more data on that. Number 6, add another 30 minutes of sleep, maybe even 1 hour. Believe it or not, you trigger growth hormone, which is the main fat-burning hormone when you're sleeping, and sleeping could greatly improve your metabolism. Add another 30 minutes, you might even need to take a nap, or just go to bed a little bit earlier. This is actually quite big, by the way. And you also have the need for less snacking, too, when you have fully slept. Number 7, this is when you can add the apple cider vinegar, dilute it, drink it through the day with water. More potassium through electrolyte powder or more vegetables. B1 through nutritional yeast, magnesium, leafy greens, or electrolyte powder, and or vitamin D. These are all things that will improve the situation with insulin. It'll help lower insulin by improving insulin resistance. So if we reduce insulin, you'll lose more weight. But I don't recommend this unless... But when you start becoming adapted, we want to burn our own body's fat, not the dietary fat as much. So you might want to cut down your fat to about 75 grams. It's just a matter of not adding any fat to the meal. Just eat the fat that's normally with the protein to keep it simple. So this will help. Number 5, add exercise in there, especially if you do it when you're fasting. So if you're between 40 and 50 or you're in your 60s, you want to work out probably twice a week and you spread it out. Just make sure the workouts are intense or long enough to really cause your whole body to be exhausted, or you're sweating, because we want to do a very thorough workout. But we have to make sure we don't overtrain, so it's a judgment call. I'm going to put a lot of videos down below for each point so you can get more data on it. Number 6, add another 30 minutes of sleep, maybe even 1 hour. Believe it or not, you trigger growth hormone, which is the main fat-burning hormone when you're sleeping. And sleeping could greatly improve your metabolism. Add another 30 minutes, you might even need to take a nap, or just go to bed a little bit earlier. This is actually quite big, by the way. And you also have the need for less snacking, too, when you have fully slept. Number 7, this is when you can add the apple cider vinegar, dilute it, drink it through the day with water. More potassium through electrolyte powder or more vegetables. B1 through nutritional yeast, magnesium, leafy greens, or electrolyte powder, and or vitamin D. These are all things that will improve the situation with insulin. They'll help lower insulin by improving insulin resistance. So if we reduce insulin, you'll lose more weight. But I don't recommend this unless the carbs are low and you're fasting, okay? Because if you're adding nutrients on top of carbohydrates, on top of frequent eating, it just doesn't work. Right? Reduce your stress. Everyone goes through stress, but there's usually 1 or 2 sources of this stress. It could be certain personalities that you're involved with. Do whatever you can to improve that situation, because I will say a lot of people lose weight when they reduce stress and when they go on vacation, because they're separating themselves from the stress and their body just does very, very well. This is very important, by the way, okay? Just emphasizing it for importance. Okay, and lastly, number 9, fix a health problem that you may have that is not associated with weight loss. So in other words, take the weak link of the body and correct it. So let's say you have a thyroid issue, or some gut issue, or inflammatory pain situation, or anything. Focus on that to eliminate that, to speed up the overall metabolism. Alright, and lastly, check out these additional videos on plateauing on this page right here.
좋았어. 아, 죽었어. 아, 사람한테 지기 싫었는데. 아. 아, 됐어. 잘 났다.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hey guys, in this video I want to talk about ketosis and constipation. Now, I wish it was real cut and dry that it would always be this one thing, but it's usually a complex thing that could involve multiple things. So I'm just going to go through some of the scenarios that come up. Most people think it's a lack of fiber that causes constipation. That is absolutely not true. In fact, a lot of the fiber that people consume, even from vegetables, it's insoluble, which means it's not digesting, so adding more will actually constipate you more. So if you look at what you did before starting this plan and after, we want to look at the big changes, and we want to evaluate each change. And I'm not talking about constipation you had before doing ketosis. That's a whole different situation, which involves probiotics and a bunch of other stuff. I'm talking about after the ketogenic diet, you started getting constipation. What do you do? What do you look at? So we're going to look at the change in vegetable fibers, okay? The microbes live on fiber. They will get overwhelmed developed easily if you have not adapted these microbes to this new way of eating.
화장실 가야 돼.
So just like keto adaptation, you
화장실 갔다 올게요.
the adaptation of the microbes that have to evolve and grow to digest all these fibers, because if they can't digest the fibers, you're going to have this, all this cruciferous or calcium, you're going to bloat, you're going to get gas, that's happening, and you're going to have to change. It's in the gallbladder formula simply because I wanted to give a solution to people without enough bile, especially if you don't have a gallbladder, especially if you have a sluggish gallbladder, especially if you have stress or high estrogen from the pregnancy. That's why you get nauseated. That's a lack of bile. Lack of bile causes bloating, right shoulder pain, headaches, and constipation, because bile is a lubricant. So again, if your problem is more of a lack of bile, a simple addition of bile will boom, pop it in there, and you'll start eliminating immediately. So this is a no-brainer, and again, your body needs healthy bile, but it can run out, become sluggish if you don't have a gallbladder, and bile is recycled. So you just might need a little kickstarter so you can then start recycling bile. Okay, very important. And then acid. Acid, I use betaine dichloride from the apple cider vinegar plus. So it has the plus of the betaine dichloride, and then the apple cider vinegar concentrates, coupled with these before a meal. And the only reason I would take that is if I had like indigestion or heartburn, something like that. Because if you're not digesting at the stomach level, the cycle of digestion will end up down here as undigested food. So the food just sits there because you're not breaking down the stomach level. So you have all of these chain reactions start to the stomach where you start to break down food. And you just have to isolate what part of this cycle is it broken. Okay? Is it the stomach? Is it the gallbladder? Is it the small intestine? And you just have to go by symptoms, right? So you might want to add a little stomach acid. Boom, just handles it right there. I want to talk about fiber for a second because sometimes people think that they're taking Metamucil or a fiber brand, thinking that that's a thing that is pushing things through. It's not like that. Fiber is not the thing that pushes anything. Fiber is there as food for your microbes. That's what it does. But there's a differentiated type of fiber from grain versus vegetable fiber. I like to add vegetable fiber because you get actual nutrients from that. The fiber from grain, bran, Metamucil, has no nutrition. So really, it's not the best type of fiber that you need. So you want to have vegetables. Make sure that vegetable doesn't overwhelm your microbes and bloat you even more, like if you're doing too much kale or something like that. But you want to get your fiber from the vegetable. That's what you do. So these are the 4 things that will handle constipation. In the process of handling it and correcting it, you may need herbal laxative. So find something that you feel comfortable with and start taking that as a coping mechanism. But this is more of a corrective mechanism. All right? I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, I wanted to create a quick video on a question that someone had about having less bowel movements when they did intermittent fasting. Was that normal? Okay, so here's the short answer to that. When you're eating less food, less frequently, you don't need to go as often. Okay, that's the simplicity of it. When you're eating more frequent, you're going to have to go more because you're just the volume of food. Now, there's a difference between constipation and just having less bowel movements. Okay, constipation is when you really feel like you're bloated and backed up. You need to go, but you can't go. Okay? Versus having less bowel movements, which you don't even feel you need to go, you just don't go as frequent. So if you feel constipated or backed up, it's probably related to either consuming too many vegetables or not enough vegetables. Okay? The microbes live on the fiber. So if you're not doing enough vegetables, increase it so they can have more food and help you with your digestion. If it's too many vegetables, okay, which is another possibility, that you're not used to digesting, especially certain types like the cruciferous, like cabbage and broccoli and things that you're probably not used to, that can do it as well because you don't have the microbes to break them down. Because the microbes have the enzymes to break it down, and so it just kind of sits there. In which case, you would want to change the type of vegetable that you're consuming to something that you can digest. I also recommend steaming your vegetables and having some that are fermented, okay? Very important. The last thing I want to mention is if you don't have a gallbladder or you have a congested gallbladder, that means that you don't have enough bile. Bile lubricates the colon. So you may need to get some support with that. And usually the symptoms of lack of bile would be your stool floats. You get a full sensation over the right lower rib cage area that can refer to the right shoulder. Burping, belching, bloating, gas. Okay? So there's something called gallbladder formula. I put a link down below to check it out. But that will help you lubricate the colon. It has additional things in there to help with the pancreas and the stomach. So it'll help you if this is the situation. Alright? Alright, thanks for watching. So I want to know what you're interested in as far as a future video. Click the link down below and share some ideas. I want to hear.
이게 나왔다. 3개. Otherberg vegetables.
드버그 베가 테이블스.
Tips today, okay? Number one, if you're going to leave the vegetables in the fridge longer than 1 week, it's better to freeze them. Okay, because they'll actually lose their nutrients if they're sitting in the fridge for more than 1 week. Okay, so just freeze them, you retain more nutrients. Number two, I don't know if you realize this, but 3 servings of cruciferous vegetables, that's 3 cups, will decrease certain types of cancer risks by 41%. It takes 23 cups of other vegetables to decrease cancer, even in the 20th percentile. So cruciferous, hands down, are the most potent anti-cancer vegetables that you can consume. So at least get 3 cups, all right? Number 3, avoid canned vegetables. When you can a vegetable, you have to pasteurize it. You're going to kill all the enzymes. That's why it can sit on a shell for a long period of time. So instead of doing canned vegetables, do fermented vegetables. Much better. Next one. Broccoli leaves have more nutrients than the actual other parts of the plant.
됐다 이제.
Well, I can't do what they can do. They can't do what
get to in a minute. Psalm 55, David was dealing with anxiety. He said, I'm overwhelmed with trouble. My enemies are making loud threats. My heart is anxious. There's so much fear and trembling, I can't stop shaking. That's some serious anxiety. Now, David was a warrior. He had defeated Goliath, conquered cities, led the Israelites into great victories. But now he's overwhelmed, so anxious that he can't move forward. Dealing with anxiety doesn't mean that you don't have enough faith. You must have done something wrong. The enemy wouldn't be trying to stop you. He didn't know there was a calling on your life. He knows there's greatness in you, that you're on the verge of seeing it. That's why I'm trying to make you feel overwhelmed, worried about the future, thinking it's not going to work out. Those will tell you it's never going to change. You'll always have to deal with this anxiety. Don't believe those lies. The anxiety is not permanent. It's not going to last forever. It's a season. This too shall pass. Now sometimes God will bring you out quickly. Other times he'll take you little by little. Don't be discouraged if you don't see anything changing. God is working. Every day you need to declare, I'm getting better. My mind is at peace. My heart is at rest. I am free from this anxiety. David had been attacked by King Saul,
Get ready for
attacked
the
by his
next
son
battle.
Absalom, attacked in the city of
아,
Ziklag.
더워.
He handled those attacks well. He went out defeated, recovered, was victorious. But when anxiety attacked, he didn't think he could do enough. The most powerful attacks are not physical. That's why the enemy works overtime in the mind. Anxiety attack could have been the end of David's story. This could be the last time we read about him. The anxiety won and he faded off into the sunset. David did something that we all must do. When anxiety attacked, instead of just sitting there, he said in verse 16, I will call on the name of the Lord and he will rescue me. He will keep me safe from the battle raged against me. When anxiety attacks, often we call our friends, call our neighbors, call our parents. That's all fine. But you need to make sure you call on the name of the Lord. Call on the God who created you. Call on the God who brings dead things back to life. Call on the God who is more powerful than any force that's trying to stop you. He said in Psalms, call unto me in the day of trouble, and I will strengthen you, and I will deliver you. If you'll call unto him, he'll give you the strength you need until the deliverance comes. Every morning you need to call, Lord, thank you for strengthening me today. Thank you that this anxiety cannot stay in my life. I am a temple of the Most High God. Anxiety, you are on foreign territory. You are not welcome here. Don't be complacent. Don't just accept it. Oh man, my anxiety is acting up today. My depression is really bad. Don't take ownership of it. It doesn't belong to you. The moment you say my, you're giving it permission to stay. It's like you're inviting it into your life. Instead of inviting it, you need to start casting it away. See that anxiety as foreign, as not welcome, and as temporary. David went through this anxiety attack. We don't know how long it was, whether it's weeks, whether it's months. But when it was over, at the end of the chapter, he gives us what he learned. He said in verse 22, cast your burdens on the Lord. Release the weight of them, and he will sustain you. He was saying, I went through this terrible anxiety. Thought my life was over. I've been worried, overwhelmed. But now that I'm out, having lived through it, here's what I'm going to do differently next time. Here's how I can save you a lot of heartache and pain. Cast your anxieties on the Lord.
오늘 좀 상태가 그렇게 좋지가 않다. 오늘 방송 일찍 끝낼게요. 최강하사님, love you. 사랑해요. 조나선. 벌써 끝낼게요. 최강 선생님 잘 주무세요.